I wouldn't say for sure that when the press conference started and ended, I was there, because if I had addressed the press conference myself, I would have known. I know that the later conference, press conference, I was already there and I sat in the conference.
Yes. So your position is that you're still not sure whether you were not there when the National Commission delivered the media statement?
Yes.
When did you arrive?
I must be reminded. I think it was around lunchtime or so. Yeah, I think so.
Yes, the video at 7:55. What's this one?
That's late.
Can we show the video at 1:27? We need it with audio, please.
Who's the gentleman on the extreme left as we look at the screen?
It's me.
So you're sitting there.
Yes.
Are you sure you were not there when General Pierre had delivered the media statement?
As I say,
She's there, isn't it? She's also there. She's the lady with the
no, I can see her.
with the glasses.
I can see her. What I was saying is that I was not certain on the time I came there whether the press conference was over or whether the press conference was underway. I didn't say that I was not there. This is what I said to you. But I said for sure, I know the later conference that I was there.
Now,
Perhaps we should listen to the clip and we'll see whether the press conference has started yet or was over, or we got up halfway through and walked out or something of that kind.
that's why it's important to have the audio, Mr. Chairman. It seems there is a person who is saying we'll take the last 5 questions because we have to get to our next meeting.
I'm looking around. This one, and go to Jordi, 3, and then Maiden Garden.
People killed since the incident happened in the week. I know the commissioner said 34, that was yesterday, but in total, including police officers killed, what is that?
The gentleman from PAC. I'll start off by saying your use of words is very unfortunate at this point in time, talking about massacre, because I don't quite agree with you on that one. And I said to you at this point in time, in a statement that I've read, that what we are focusing on as such really is not to pinpoint at anybody. We're mourning the dark cloud, we're mourning the loss of life, and as far as you're concerned, we would like to mention and continue to provide safe and secure services for the nation. And I am intent to continue with this team to do that. I shall be advised accordingly by my bosses should we feel otherwise.
Can you stop there for a moment? I mean, the general is...
That is 2:49.
2:49. The general clearly indicates, Mr. Minister, that she has given her address and she recalls some of what she considers to be the salient points of her address. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes.
And surely you're sitting there. You would have known what she said if you were not there when she said it.
No. This clip is showing the press conference, not the press conference address from the beginning. I don't even know where was this, whether this was at the end, the question time. When did I arrive there? I arrived at the question time or at the beginning. This clip, I don't know where about in there. If you can start at the beginning, I would then understand. But right now, it's like a question time.
Mr. Chaskelson, can you assist with what time this clip refers to? Because I'm a little bit in the dark.
Unfortunately not, Commissioner. This clip does not have times or accurate times on it. It appears to be a clip that has been copied off a tape onto a CD and then onto these files. The dates of these files are not, they're September the 17th, 2012, which would be when the download took place. We think, although we don't know, that this is SABC footage of the press conference of the 17th. It's in we know it's of the 17th, but we don't know when on the 17th.
Nkosi Thomas, can you assist with the time of this conference?
Not at this stage, but we will try and find out what time this occurred.
Yeah,
Yes,
that'd
thank you.
be a helpful thing. But by the way, I see it's been marked quadruple C8. According to my notes, it should be quadruple C7, but unless there's a 7 that I've missed. Mr. Pillay, you're the record keeper here.
Chair, it's quadruple C7,
It
the
is
video
7.
clip.
All right, so they can please change it in due course. The Minister has requested that you start at the beginning to help him to remember whether he was there at the beginning. So perhaps that can be done?
Chairperson, if I can intervene at this point, there are two halves to this video. The video that the people that our video people have starts midway in the press conference. There'll have to be. Well, I can copy the other file at the start. What I can say is that I've been through the other file that records the start of the press conference. I haven't seen the minister visible on that, but the camera doesn't pan to the right of the man in the black leather jacket, which is where the minister is visible later on. So it's neutral.
Anyway, so the point
But I'll make the video available to Ms. Nkosi Thomas. So,
Yes, thank you. The point is the Minister's request can't be complied with at this stage. The Minister said, could we see it from the start? The answer, what you've told us, is that we can't. So,
yes, I haven't seen the minister from the start.
Chairperson, just for the sake of completeness, I was going to use this video for a different purpose, and for that reason prepared a transcript, but which will probably be quadruple C7.1. But because I have not yet shown it to my learned colleagues, I'll only submit it after tea or during the time when I do cross-examination.
now we've got that for the sake of completeness. Can we carry on with the cross-examination?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Minister, there are just 2 points I want to make about this video at this stage. The first one, and I would hope you would agree with me, is that it is clear that this is a question and answer session after the National Commissioner has given a press briefing. Would you agree with that on the face of it?
It looks like that, yes.
Yes.
Chairperson,
If I
sorry.
can intervene, what is apparent to us is this is the question and answer session. We heard the question, the Commissioner gave her reply.
Yes.
You had indicated that, and I think it's common cause really, that she read that media statement that we have that's an exhibit, I think it's F5, and then the meeting was open for questions, as it were, and members of the media asked her questions and she gave answers. That's the position as I understand it. I think that's correct. What you're not sure about is if you were there for the first part when she read the media statement, but it's not very material because you admit that you read the media statement and you said you thought you read it before the conference. So that's also right, isn't it?
Yes, Chair, I did say, you'd remember that we had a long discussion on this, trying to recall whether I read it.
My summary is, I think, correct, that you said you thought you read it before, but that means necessarily that you are not sure.
Yeah.
You may have read it afterwards, but you certainly read it at some stage. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes. Mr. Minister, the only thing that I want to make at this stage is that given what we now see here, and given that you say there were 2 media statements on that day and all of that, it seems to me, and I don't know if I will be fair to put this to you, that yesterday you were not absolutely candid.
No, just to clarify, the Minister didn't say there were 2 media statements, but what he said is that...
Media conferences.
Indeed.
Thank you very much, my learned friend.
I think
Media conference, that's what I meant.
that's right.
Yes. Thank you very much for that, colleague. But the point is, Ms. is that it seems to me that when yesterday you said you do not recall that you were present at any conference that the commissioner was addressing, you were not absolutely candid about it, given now that at least here we have evidence that you were.
Chair, again, we are constrained to object. The evidence is he could not recall whether he was there when the media statement was read.
Coincides with my recollection, Mr. Nsibeza.
Yes, it does. It coincides with mine as well, Mr. Chairman. But the point I make here is that, let me put it to the minister, that the minister could have said with us, listen, I don't recall this media conference. But there was a media conference at which I was present. There was a media conference I attended at which the National Commissioner was present and was giving a briefing. I arrived at that press conference. I also even spoke at that press conference, as we'll show. Now, that's the level of candidness that I would have expected from a minister to have
You make
come.
your speech, Thomas Nsibeza, don't you think it'd be helpful for the witness if you put a question to which he could give an answer?
But there's an objection, Mr. Chairman, and I'm responding to an objection. And I'm trying to clarify why I say the minister was not as candid as he should have been. Because we wanted to actually find whether he was present when there was a press briefing. He knew that there was a press briefing. He knew that there was an internal briefing. He acknowledged that he knew about both of those documents. And the only thing that he did not recall was whether he was there when there was a media briefing by the commissioner to which we referred. And I'm saying, whilst one accepts his answer yesterday, I do not recall whether I was there when this media briefing took place. I can, however, tell you that there is an incident that I am aware of at which there was a briefing, at which the National Commissioner addressed the media. I arrived late.
Mr. Nsibeza, sorry to interrupt you. I understand that Ms. Pillay may well have on her video, on her computer screen, the transcript of what he said yesterday. Perhaps if she can read that to us, that will then establish whether you were right or Ms. Nkosi Thomas is right.
Thank you, Chair. At page 32185 of day 255, Chair, the question asked by Mr. Nsibeza is, when the Commissioner was delivering the statement, did you listen to her? And the answer was no. The question, did you listen to her later on? I don't recall listening to this particular statement. That's the question that was put.
Yes, I don't disagree with that, Mr. Chairman. The point I've made, I don't want to repeat myself, It's either the witness says you should have asked more questions, then I would have been more candid with you, or let me go on and ask the questions now premised on what we have.
No, the real point is that you're suggesting to the minister a lack of candor on his part. And
I still am.
I think it would be...
I would argue with that, Mr.
No,
Chairman.
no. You suggested it. I think to be fair to the witness, you should indicate to him precisely why you say there was a lack of candor on his part, so he has an opportunity to deal with it, either to admit he wasn't entirely candid, or to give an explanation justifying a denial, if there is going to be one, that he wasn't candid. So let's hear what his answer is to that. But first tell him why you say he wasn't candid.
When I get the opportunity to do that, which I think I now have, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Thank you to my learned friends as well. See, Mr. Minister, why I want to criticize you is that you should have left us with an impression that you, even if you were not there when that particular press briefing was given by the National Commissioner, you should have, I would argue, have indicated yesterday already that at least there was one press briefing by the National Commissioner, which you arrived at. You probably arrived there late. And what do you say to that?
You asked me a specific question about what the National Commissioner had said in that conference, in that press conference, as she was addressing the press conference.
Oh, yes.
And I said, I couldn't recall that statement and that press conference, what she was saying there. I could not recall. Now, I would not agree with you when you say I was not candid, because it amounts to say that, you know, when I could not recall, I was supposed to force myself to recall and feel under pressure. No, I was not going to do that.
No,
I
Mr.
could not recall, but what she was saying there, which you showed me a 1-minute clip yesterday, I don't remember hearing
That's
that.
okay. That's okay. I mean, look, I understand, Mr. Minister. But can I ask you this? Today, you say there were 2 press conferences, actually, on that day. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
You could have said, I don't recall this press conference, but I know that there was another press conference at which I arrived where the National Commissioner had been briefing the media. It is not this one.
Chair.
You could have said that,
But if
could
he'd
you?
been asked a direct question to that effect, he would have given an answer. But, you know, we criticize witnesses for not answering the question and adding extra material which is designed to answer what they think will be the next question. Now, this witness does it the other way around. He doesn't answer the question which you may ask next, and now you criticize him for not doing it. I don't think that's an appropriate way of going on.
Well,
Cross-examine.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not taking the point further than I've taken it, but we have not seen the last of each other on this question. But then that's for later on. Now, Mr. Minister, if we could go to 7:55 in the video, because I think that shows you arriving at the press conference. Yeah, yeah, this lady arrived. Yes, that's you, Mr. Minister.
Who's the lady?
Yes.
This is now 7.42 of this video clip. We see a helicopter, we see what looks like 2 policemen, and plus another one inside the helicopter. And the minister and a lady. Who's the lady?
Hey, this lady. Is it not? It looks like General Mbom. Is it? It looks like General Mbom.
No, I didn't know, because wasn't sure because when she appeared on on the clip of the press conference, she was in uniform. It may be that
She's in
she
uniform,
changed
yeah.
into a uniform. That's why I wasn't sure that
I don't
it was she. But she's carrying a bag. Maybe her uniform's in the bag.
I don't know.
Well, the chair wanted to know what the lady is. I just wanted to know who you are in the picture. And I don't want to embarrass you about who the lady is, just in case. Now, if we could go to, Mr. Chairman, with your leave, to 908, where the police commissioner addresses members. If we can play from there until 10.
Good afternoon. I come humbled by the selflessness that all of you have portrayed throughout the period that you started this operation. I come before you on behalf of all of us to celebrate your bravery. We are here to thank you for your selflessness. We are here to recognize the fact that indeed, as South Africans, you understand what it means to build a nation. Thank you very much for the pain you've endured. We want to say to you, may that heaviness be eased. May it be eased by the appreciation of the fact that you've been out there boldly to live up to what you believe in, to live up to what you've taken oath for, to actually say to the nation and to everybody that we're here to serve, we're here to make sure that citizens of this country, our mothers, our fathers, our cousins, our nephews, our neighbors, our fellow citizens are safe and are secure. It is not the end of the journey. We probably will travel many, many journeys in this country. And on behalf of the leadership team of SAPS, I want to say to all of you, may you gain more and more strength to continue to be the best service people that you are. We thank you dearly. We thank you heartily.
We can stop there.
It's at 11:30.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Minister, as those words were delivered by the commissioner, you were sitting there and you were hearing them. Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Minister? Or you don't recall?
Firstly, what time was this?
I've been told that apparently am I correct that these video don't tell us what time it was? But is this another video or is this the one that we saw earlier? Mr. Shas?
It's part of the same video. One can see from the shadows that it's late afternoon, but there's no specific time that can be given to that. But in fact, one well, let me not anticipate the
Well,
cross-examination.
it did look as if we saw the minister and a lady who's not identified at this stage. I'm not sure it was it was the premier or perhaps the minister of mineral resources or something like that. But we did see the minister and this lady walking. It looked as if they were walking to the place where this was going to happen. But of course, that may be misleading. It may have been two videos that were spliced together or something.
Well, from what I could gather, Mr. Chairman, it was the minister and General Mbombo and Ms. Thandi Modise, who was the premier.
It was the premier.
Of the north.
That was the premier at the time.
She was the premier at the
It is
time.
now the president of the National Council of Provinces.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Now, if we could go to 1307 of the clip, Mr. Chairman.
Are you saying that you weren't present when that speech was made?
I'm not saying I was not present.
But you
there.
can't remember it, or you're not sure? What
No,
exactly are you saying?
I would be there if it was after lunch. That's why I was asking time. So I would definitely be there.
We were told it was late afternoon because of the shadows
Yes.
indicated that. And it does look as if you're in the picture now.
Yes?
Well, we were going to suggest that when you arrived, you were arriving at this same meeting where we now saw the commissioner saying what it is. 1307 is a continuation of the same meeting. Can we play that?
We're now 1302. Are you going to?
1302,
Are we
yes.
going to run it from 1302?
You can run it from 1300, Mr. Chairman.
Full briefing of what you are. You must know
Under your direction, Mr. Chairman, it could be run.
that as your minister and on behalf of the government, the executive as a whole, on behalf of the President of the Republic, Commander-in-Chief of all the armed forces in this country, we are all behind you. We know what you have gone through this period, this week, and we would want you to continue ensuring that lives are saved, property is protected against anybody who would want to do bad things in this country. Just over 2 weeks, we will again be commemorating the heroes and heroines in blue, as we do every year, to say that we have not forgotten their contribution, including the 2 officers who passed away this week. Members of South African Police Service have a responsibility to protect all the citizens. Continue doing your job in a professional manner. There would be criticism lost, but here as your leadership, we are confident that what we have done, you did it in trying to ensure that the rule of law reigns in South Africa. We are not going to allow anybody to run amok in the country, to want to turn South Africa into a banana republic. It would be painful, and it is painful that in the process life is lost, but we are a professional force and we must keep to that. We must ensure that at all times we do everything in our power so that anarchists do not think that South Africa is their stage. From the bottom of my heart, as your minister, I want to thank you on behalf of our government. I want to thank you and commend what you are doing. Continue to protect your country. continue to protect.
Say the last words, but you cut it off. You cut it off just before the minister finished.
Oh, yeah, it's almost done, Mr. Chairman. Can you play
Let's
to
go back
the
to
end then?
1608 and then hear what
Yes. No, you can play to the end, Mr. Chairman, because I think...
But no, something was cut. So if we go back to 1608, in other words, a second earlier,
Yes.
and run it through from there.
Protect your country. Continue to protect the citizens of South Africa. It is your duty. It is your constitutional obligation. And I thank you.
Important for me to also recognize our other leaders from our executive, both in the province and nationally, so that you're aware that the spirit of saying...
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Now, Minister, at least at this press conference, or at least at this meeting, you seem let me ask the question, would I be right if I put to you that when you refer to anarchists in the context of your speech, you were referring to the protesters?
I was referring to people who were running amok and killing other people during that week.
And in the context, I mean, you referred to the police who were killed on the 13th.
Yes.
Yes. And you referred to life that was lost in the process. You must have been referring to those who had died, contextually speaking, from the security officers in Lonmin, inclusive of the police. You didn't mention the security people in Lonmin, but certainly you mentioned the two police officers. And you referred to life that was lost in the context of you indicating that the police service would not allow anybody to run amok in the country. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Who in that context are you referring to as anarchists?
Well, I was referring to people who have caused mayhem during that week, who...
In relation, for instance, to the police who were killed.
No, Mr. Basic, don't interrupt the witness. When he's finished, you can ask something further, but carry on, please.
Okay. No, I was interrupted. Yeah.
Back to the beginning and start again.
I'm sorry, Mr.
You were referring
Minister.
to people, you started by saying you were referring to people who, I think you said, were killed in the week or something like that. And then
No, I was referring to the people who killed others during that week, the whole of that week.
You certainly were not referring to the members of the SAPS who had killed 34 people as at the time that you, 37 people actually, as at the time that you were talking to them.
No.
You were, oh yeah, yes.
No, I was not.
So the people who had killed others are those other than the members of the police. And those were the ones whom you were referring to as anarchists.
Yes, I was talking to people who had died before.
No, I don't think we understand each other. When you were saying to the members of the police service that you are not going to allow anybody to run amok, anarchists will not be allowed to think that South Africa is their stage. Now, we've cleared that you were not referring to the members of the SAPS. Is it fair then to say, in that context, you were characterizing the people who had been responsible in that week for the killing of the police, the security officers from Lon Min only?
Not police and the security, but all the lives which were lost that week.
Well, other than those who were killed by the police, those were the lives that we can account for. And I think which you referred to when you say up to that point, about 40 people had been killed. What is clear is that the anarchists that you refer to in the context of that address are the protesters. Is it fair to say that?
Well, if you say the protesters, we must be clear, we're not talking about everybody who was there, but the people who killed others, who were part of the protesters, not all the protesters, because it's not all the protesters who killed people.
We were also speaking under the shadow of the deaths of 34 people the day before, all of whom, which is common cause, were killed by police action. Were you referring to their deaths in any way in what you said?
I did refer to their deaths as a painful thing which happened.
Mr. Means, I do not understand you to have been including among those for whom it was a painful process that life was lost, that you are referring to what you referred to as the anarchists. It seems to me, and we'll argue this, and I don't want us to be bogged down, and I'm putting this to you. It seems to me that here you were clear. The message that you were sending across is that the police were justified in killing the 37 people that they had killed up to that point. Because in your view, they were running amok. They were anarchists.
Well, I did refer to the people who had died, 34 people we are talking about.
It's a minor point. It's not clear that 37 people died as a result of police action. There's a question mark over the third person who died on the 13th, the third striker who died on the 13th. But that's just a detail, really. But you do concede you were talking about the 34 people who died on the 16th, and also all the people who were killed in the run-up to that That's the other 10 people who died from the morning of the 12th up to the afternoon of I think it's the afternoon of the 14th.
Yes.
That's the Sunday morning to the Tuesday afternoon.
Yeah. Yes, yes.
I am not sure that I got a response to what I put to you, Mr. Minister. Still remember what I put to you?
Response, as I understand it, was that he was talking about, amongst others, the 34 people who died on the 16th, which is effectively the point that you were putting to him, was it not?
Yes. But I'm not sure whether those other people who he was referring to as anarchists.
That already, he said, by anarchists, he meant, amongst others anyway, those among the strikers who were involved in the acts of violence and intimidation over the week from the 10th till the 11th, running up to the 16th. That's what he said. But he did say that he wasn't referring to all the strikers, all 3,000 or 4,000 of them, but only those who had participated in acts of violence and malicious damage and so forth. So I think that's the summary of what you said.
Precisely, Chair.
Mr. Minister, the chairman is giving a generous interpretation of what you say, but in your speech you didn't say it. You didn't say, now look, I'm just isolating.
Now, Mr. Mthethwa, I was summarizing his evidence here.
I just want to put it to you because I want to argue this. I want to put it to you, Mr. Minister, that in your address, it is not clear, in fact, the distinction that is being given to what you are saying by the chair is not clear. In your speech, it is very, very clear that you regard those people whom the members of the SAPS killed, whom the general was praising in the context of telling them that you did virtually nothing wrong. You don't say there. Only those among those who were killed who were killed because they are anarchists. What comes across is that all the protesters, including those who were killed, are anarchists.
Well, Chair, that would be Mr. Ntsabeza's interpretation. But I think I have clarified what I was saying. He'd be entitled to his view, which I don't agree with.
And I will want to...
Sorry, Chair. Let me just add this, that the emphasis here is about professionalism, that police should be doing their job professionally. I just wanted to add that.
Yes. Now, Mr. Chairman, I'll need a further indulgence of about 15 minutes. I know that I have now 5 minutes. I just want to further suggest to you, Mr. Minister, that what you say today, which is a reflection of what you said in your speech there, does not sit well with your response to Mr. Bezos yesterday. Yesterday, you came across as suggesting that you didn't regard the protesters as criminals. In fact, you didn't say any of them yesterday were regarded by you as criminals. Now, today, the objective evidence says something else. You say they were anarchists. They were running amok. They can't be allowed to do so. They are undermining the rule of law in the process. That, I put to you, is a clear contradiction of what you tried to communicate to Mr. Bezos yesterday.
You wish to comment, wish to reply to, it's an implied question, you wish to reply
Yes.
to?
Well, Chair, I still say that people who were there, who went out to strike, did that not as criminals. And we don't regard those people generally as criminals. But those who were involved in the loss of lives of other people, of other citizens, of damage to property, and so on, would not evade being labeled as anarchists and as criminals because those actions were criminal.
You know, Mr. Minister, yesterday you made a very profound statement when you ended your examination in chief. And it was this, and I may not be quoting you verbatim. You said, what happened should never have happened in a democracy. You remember saying that?
Yes.
Now, I don't know what you meant by that. But I just want to take you through epoch-making slaughtering of the people by the SAPS in the east of our country.
Chair, I think this sensationalization is to be discouraged. Using words such as massacre and slaughtering, it's unfair really, because there is no evidence to suggest that people went out to actively slaughter and massacre people.
Well, that's a matter you can argue at the end. It's not a basis for
But it's
objection.
sensationalizing this thing, and it's unfair.
I don't understand that the fact that this question is asked in a sensational fashion or anything of that kind is necessarily a basis for disallowing it. A fair amount of grandstanding has happened in this commission. It's difficult to stop it, but I'm not going to disallow the question. I have, however, in the past,
I know, Mr.
called
Chairman.
Mr. Mpofu to order.
Yeah.
When he's used the word massacre, I've said whether it's a massacre depends on the finding we'll make at the end, whether the police acted in self-defense. And he, with a characteristic grace, accepted the ruling. I would expect you to do the same. Please ask the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the last 10 minutes that I have, I want to...
Time is actually up, but never mind. Ask the question, let's get the answer.
Yes,
then
Mr.
your
Chairman.
next A colleague can take over.
You know, Mr. Minister, on a scale, you know, when you made that remark yesterday, I reflected on what I say I've reflected. And it struck me that the killings by the police of those civilians in 2012 was the largest killing on any one day by the police since the 21st of March 1960. Did you get the question?
Sorry, could you please...
I say it struck me yesterday when you made that profound statement that that kind of killing should never have happened in a democracy, or the tragedy as you put it, that it was actually the largest number of people who were killed by the police in a space of about an hour on all the objective evidence since 1961 on the 21st of March, where I think about 69 people were killed. You recall that from your knowledge of history. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And I reflected also that 25 years after 1960, when there was a commemoration of Shabril in Utenik in 1985 on the 21st of March, again, between 20 to 48 people as estimates ran. The South African police killed people in what came to be known as another Langa massacre. You recall that?
Yes, I would recall.
And the last incident that I recalled when I reflected on your evidence was one that should be close to your heart, because it took place at a time when the ANC and the SACP and all political parties which had been proscribed had been unbanned. It is my matter that came to us in the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It took place at a time when there was a debate in the country at Kempton Park for the transition of our society to a democracy. And it came with such a shock because it took place on the 7th of September 1992. And you will know about this because your deputy president was among those ANC supporters who had gone to Bishop. And the event became known as the Bishop Massacre. 28 supporters of the ANC were killed in that mayhem. One military soldier. You can take it for granted that I'm putting to you because it's a matter that came to us in the TRC. You recall about that massacre. It was called a Bishop Massacre under the tin pot dictator, Obakozo. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You see, the point I want to make about this, Mr. Minister, is that all of those massacres because they were called by that name. And I'm sure even by you in the ANC, were described as such because the view was that nothing at all can ever justify the mowing down of citizens in that fashion. Would you agree with me?
Yes, except that there was no attempt to deal with those things the way this matter is being dealt with.
Of course, that's afterwards, you say. I agree with you. It's an ex post facto attempt to justify what you characterize as something that should never have happened. This is what I want to put to you. The 36 or the 37 families whom I represent. Mr. Bezos told you about the family of Mr. Lendingwane, whom he represents. Those communities want to hear one thing and one thing from you, and hopefully from the Deputy President, Cyril Ramaphosa, if and when he comes. That you, as a member of a government founded on the constitutional values of freedom, foundational freedom, dignity, and equality. What those families want to hear from you, Mr. Minister, is that nothing at all in a democracy should ever justify the police killing its own people. The police are well trained in other mechanisms that can contain whatever is being done by protesters, short of killing them in that fashion.
I take it that's your point, Mr. Zibede.
Yes.
How do you respond to that point, Minister?
Chair, the point is in line with what I was saying yesterday, that such things or such a thing should not happen in a democracy. And I would want to concur with what Mr. Ntsebeza is saying on that it really shouldn't happen. In fact, Chair, I'm on record as calling on the public and especially institutions, research institutions and everybody to dialogue the national discourse in South Africa. Because without dealing with the violent nature of the national discourse in our country, that everything which people want over and above the guarantees in the Constitution, still people would feel that they need to be violent. And in this instance, I'm not specifically talking about this matter, but I concur with what Mr. Ntsebeza is saying, that everything, and I'm very confident that the outcome of this very honorable commission will put us on a pedestal where such acts are not seen in South Africa. That's how
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ntebeza. I think Ms. Barnes, you're next, aren't you?
No, Chair. I believe Mr. Mpofu is going to cross-examine next.
Mr. Mpofu. Oh, sorry, Mr. Mpofu. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. Matt, can you shift? Thanks.
You want me to take we've been sitting for just under an hour and a quarter. You want me to take the first comfort break now, or would you prefer to get your cross-examination underway, as it were, before we do that? I'm in your hands.
Chairperson, I'll appreciate if you take the break now, because also there might be some discussion on the sequence in that break. Yeah.
We'll take the first comfort break for a quarter of an hour.
Point.
Yeah.
Check some cash. Like we are winning. Looks like we are winning.
Mission resumes. I'm sorry it's a bit later than we thought, but we had some housekeeping matters to attend to in the interim. Minister, you are still bound by your affirmation.
Yes.
Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Did you want to hand in by way of housekeeping before we start?
Yes, Chairperson, yes.
Have you got documents or not, Mr. Mpofu?
I do, Chairperson.
You want to hand them in now, or would you want to do it later if you're not ready?
Let's do it later, Chairperson. It looks like I'm one copy short
right.
for the bench, for yourself.
All right, yes, no, we haven't got them yet. All right, carry on as best you can.
With what I have, yes. Thank you, Chairperson.
And perhaps during the tea adjournment, mathematically.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Minister.
Morning, Mr. Puff.
We have a bit of a time issue, so I'm going to try and...
Putting it gently, Mr. Mpofu.
Yeah, that's putting it very gently. I'm going to try and adopt an approach which might save us time by first asking you a few questions to signpost my cross-examination, as it were. You have addressed, and we will deal with this later, the issue of perceived or real political pressure. And you have denied having exerted such political pressure, correct?
Yes.
And that is because you know that to do so would have been a transgression of the constitutional obligations that you have. To exert such pressure would amount to that, correct?
Yes.
And it would be against the law or what you call the legal framework which governs your position, correct?
Yes.
And similarly, if anyone had exerted or caused you to exert political pressure onto the Marikana situation, that would also be against the law, correct?
Yes.
And thirdly, in the same vein, if anyone in the operational management of the police had taken decisions or acted as a result of political pressure, that would also be against the law in that sense.
Yes, it would be.
Thank you. And in fact, in your case, the implications would be very far-reaching and serious if indeed you exerted political pressure which resulted in the deaths of 34 people.
Correct.
That would be such a serious matter that it would have serious implications to you politically and personally, correct?
It would.
Politically, it would mean that effectively you were unfit for your office, correct?
It would mean a lot of things.
One of them would be that you're unfit for your office?
Well, that would be a judgment by the people who put you in the office, but it would be...
Serious. It has serious implications.
Yes.
Right?
I think I've said yes.
No, well, answer again.
You said yes.
No, I don't answer twice one question.
Well, I'm
I
asking
said-
you again.
I'm talking to Mr. Mpofu. He said yes, Mr. Mpofu. How many times do you
Yeah,
want
well,
to
I
say yes?
didn't hear, but
No, we've heard enough.
I don't want attitude from the witness, Chairperson. Please.
Let's not have attitude for either of you. Let's
Yeah.
just carry on.
Thank you.
Keep the temperature
Okay,
down. You'll be
yeah.
more successful in your cross-examination.
That's fine.
No, but the decorum has to be, indeed, Chair, I'm in full agreement. He must stick to the decorum.
I've
He
spoken
can't.
to Mr. Mpofu in the
Yes.
past about delivering concurring judgments when I gave a ruling.
Yeah.
It applies to you too. Carry on, Mr. Mpofu. Let's keep the temperature down.
Yeah, I will, Chairperson, but let it not be risen, otherwise I can rise up to it. Okay, now, one of the implications at a personal level, which would be serious, would be that you would have been implicated if you had, and this is a big if, of course, I know you have denied it. If you had exerted such pressure, then you would have been implicated in the murders of those people, correct?
It would depend what kind of pressure, but now we're talking hypothesis.
So,
no-
sorry, before you carry on, I don't know it's appropriate to use the word murder in the context.
You know?
One of the issues here is whether the police acted in self-defense, and if they did, it wasn't a murder. So you can't put it on the basis it's to be accepted it was a murder. We may, at the end of the day, make findings upholding submissions you may make on the point, but we may not. So put the question in a more neutral fashion.
No, Chairperson, I think there's a misunderstanding. I understand that point correctly, very much. Remember that we have made certain statements in our opening statement. Obviously, they presuppose, and you're quite right, they presuppose certain things. But surely I'm entitled to put, maybe let me preface it by this.
This way, if you are correct in
That's
saying
correct. That's
that the police members of the police committed murder,
Yeah.
then what you're saying is the minister would, as it were, be an accomplice
Yes.
or implicit
Yes.
in that,
Yes.
and a co-accused, as it were.
Thank you, Chairperson. That's
that's your
really,
point.
yes.
All right.
Unfortunately, the time pressure, gives us...
You-
okay,
you've
let me
heard the
do...
questions modified. What's your answer?
I answered and I said it will depend what is that interference all about.
Okay, no. Again, you'll forgive me because, as I say, this is based on a hypothesis that you have denied.
Yeah.
What I'm saying to you is this. If indeed you exerted pressure which resulted in the unlawful killings of 34 people, then you would be implicated in those alleged murders. Let me put it that way. Correct?
As I said, this is hypothetical situation.
Yes.
I exerted no pressure.
But if you had, it would...
I exerted no pressure to anyone.
No,
Yes.
he's asking a hypothetical question. Your answer, you already answered, is it would depend on the circumstances.
Yes.
And depend on the pressure.
Absolutely.
If you said to the police, disarm them using force if necessary,
Yeah.
and in the process of doing that, murders were committed, it wouldn't necessarily follow from the instruction you gave them, which you say you didn't give.
Absolutely.
It wouldn't necessarily follow the instruction you gave them,
Yeah.
that you were telling them, disarm them in circumstances that would amount to a murder. So the answer you give is...
You have summed it up,
It's a
Chairperson.
nuanced answer.
That's what I said.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm saying that all those niceties would be resolved one day in a criminal court. I'm saying to you, if you had exerted pressure which resulted in the deaths of people, you would at least have to be facing allegations of being complicit to murder, Whether you succeed in court or not is none of what I'm asking for. Do you understand that? In other words, if someone says...
Pressure.
Yes.
Pressure.
Sorry, Minister.
Listen, I'm on the floor. Pressure has to be clarified. What pressure is that? The kind of pressure will determine what you would be responsible for because of that pressure, or what you are not going to be responsible for because of that pressure. Right
Yes.
now, we're talking something in the dark. You don't even know what you are talking about.
No.
It's an No, Chair. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Is that your answer? Okay, look, no, you are the only one in the dark. I have said to you that if the
I
pressure...
answered this question. I have answered this question.
I'm not sure I heard what you said, but whatever it was a comment. Don't make comments, just ask questions. Mrs. Minion?
Well, the comment was he may be the only one in the dark. And
Yeah, he
that's
said
not
we are
enough.
in the dark.
No, it was a comment. It was a comment. And I said you
Correct.
mustn't make comments. You must ask questions. So let's move on.
Yeah. I'm asking you a very simple question. If you had exerted such pressure as would have resulted in the deaths of 34 people, you would therefore be liable to be charged with murder.
I have said it depends what pressure you are talking about. Can you be explicit and tell me what pressure are you talking about,
Yes.
Mr. Mbofu?
Okay, I'll be very explicit. It's the pressure that you actually did exert, which is to say that you are being pressurized by Mr. Ramaphosa, and you phoned the provincial commissioner to tell her that. I'm saying if that pressure somehow had resulted in the deaths of 34 people, you would be liable for those deaths, correct?
Not the evidence.
Mr. Chairperson, the proposition that's been put to the witness does not accord with the evidence that is before this commission. There is no evidence.
I've got a more fundamental problem. It's really a
Yes.
conclusion of law that he's being asked to give. You are wrong on the facts. The facts are that according to the provincial commissioner, she was told by the national commissioner.
I'm coming to that, Chairperson. I'd rather don't spoil my cross-examination.
There's no evidence that I'm aware of that this witness spoke to the provincial commissioner and told her that he'd received a phone call from Mr. Ramaphosa. That's my recollection.
Doesn't matter really. Okay, would it make a difference to my question whether you put that pressure on the national commissioner or the provincial commissioner?
You formulate the question in accordance with the allegations before us on the
Yes,
evidence.
okay,
and then the witness can answer.
yeah, subject to that correction, that is the pressure I'm talking about. Now, can you answer the question?
There is no pressure which was put either to me by anybody else or myself to the officials who were working under my leadership.
Yes, but Chairperson, I have a problem here. The witness is, in my view, now evading the question. I've asked a series of questions in this vein, which he has answered. That you understand, Minister, that I have said to all the questions that you have answered, if indeed you had put that pressure, and I've even qualified to say I accept that you have denied. Do you understand that?
I think there's a simple way of solving the problem. I don't think the witness is evading the question, but never mind. Let's
I'm sure you don't.
Let's move forward. What Mr. Mpofu really is about is this: is if it's ultimately established that you put improper pressure, you brought improper pressure to bear on either the national commissioner or the provincial commissioner to do things which they wouldn't otherwise have done, which resulted in the death of the 34 people, you might well find yourself being charged with criminal conduct. That's the question he's asking. It's a hypothetical question, but it's necessary, I think, for the question he's going to ask you thereafter. Now, what's your answer to that?
My answer, Chair, is that if, as I said earlier on, it depends, what pressure are you talking about? If the pressure is such that it caused people to do things outside of the law, like murdering, then indeed, whoever was part of that process and decision would be liable, including the minister.
Thank you very much, Minister. Now, the next, as I said, I'm just signposting. We're going to come to those issues. The other issue that I wanted to signpost is you have said effectively that your remarks about the use of maximum force, fight fire with fire, and all that are directed at criminals. You were at pains to distinguish with Mr. Bezos that those remarks were directed at criminals, not at citizens in general.
I specified the category of people I was talking about yesterday to Mr. Bezos.
Yes.
But over and above that, this country has laws, and there is Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act, which governs how the use of firearm should be.
Yeah, well, I'm afraid Section 49 does not feature in this. It doesn't. It's about people being arrested. But anyway, be that as it may.
Can be relevant in the broad context in which he was speaking at the time. It deals with the amount of force that can be used when an arrest is effected. There were problems in regard to the interpretation of the section. The Constitutional Court ironed them out, but it said the section should be redrafted to make it clear to Constable Plod and others who read the section what exactly the law is, and that was in due course done. So, but of course it's not relevant for us.
Yes.
We're not concerned with people who died while arrests were being attempted. We're concerned with people who died, it is said by the police, while they were defending themselves and their colleagues.
That's the point I'm making.
49 isn't relevant to us, but it was relevant, to be fair to him, in the context in which he was speaking before the Portfolio Committee, I think it was.
No, I'm not talking about the Portfolio Committee. I'm talking about his answer now. So it's irrelevant, at least that we're clear. It's irrelevant to the Marikana situation. And you are saying that that category of people, as you call it, to whom fire must be fought with fire and maximum force and all those things, were not the people who were at the mountain, correct?
I was not talking about those people. I was talking about people who were involved in bank robberies and cash in transit heists.
Yes. So that would exclude the people at the mountain, correct?
That's what we were talking about in the context of yesterday.
Can you just answer the question simply?
As I say.
Does it exclude them?
If you ask me about what happened yesterday, what we were discussing yesterday, we were discussing about the issue of usage of firearms, the fighting fire with fire, which referred to those specific people. Yesterday we were talking about that.
Yes. Okay, let's forget yesterday. Today, does those categories exclude the people at the mountain?
Yeah, what we were talking about yesterday exclude those people.
No, I'm asking you about what I'm talking about today.
He said that, Mr. Mpofu. He said what he was talking about yesterday doesn't apply to the people on the mountain. He was talking about cash heists and so forth yesterday. Today he's talking about Marikana, and he's already conceded, as I understand him, that those sentiments he expressed didn't apply to the people of Marikana.
Yeah,
that's what you want. So
no, I want yes, Chairperson, not a long, convoluted answer.
Got the answer anyway.
To help the witness unnecessarily. Thank you. Okay. So it's a yes.
Again, yes.
Thank you. So those people at the mountain, you did not regard them as criminals. You've already answered that, I think. You also did not regard them as anarchists, correct?
Yes, you take that and add with the discussion we had this morning, and you have the answer.
Is the answer yes?
The answer is found in what we discussed yesterday and today, that those who were killing others were criminals.
Listen, can you please answer the questions that I'm asking you without reference to any other cross-examination, unless if I ask you a question that refers to other cross-examination?
I am saying to you that people who went out on strike didn't do so as criminals. They did so as workers who were demanding their rights or whatever they wanted.
Wages, yes.
The people who amongst them kill others were criminals.
And the police to kill others, are they criminals as well?
If they are found to be so, yes, they will be criminals.
Yeah, but the others unqualified are criminals. But with the police is if this, if that. Is that your evidence?
There is a law governing how firearms should be used. There is a justifiable situation. There is unjustifiable situation. Those who are using firearms unjustifiably, yes, would be criminals.
Yes, but you don't, yes, that's a better answer. So you don't know even of those people who were in the mountain who might have done whatever justifiably. That might be determined in a court later, correct?
As I've said, that we are talking about the usage of firearms by the police, and we're talking about people who killed others. And I'm saying that those who did that, it is a criminal act. It's not if, it's a criminal act.
How do you know, Minister, if I may ask?
No. If somebody kills another, then that person, and we are saying it's justifiable, that would be the court to decide. But the act of killing someone else, who for whatever reason you don't agree with, is a criminal act.
Okay. Well, on that basis, then the police committed criminal acts because they killed other people.
Well, that's your opinion.
Well, no, you're the one who has given us the legal opinion. The question is whether that legal opinion of yours also applies to the police, or does it only apply to South African citizens who are not members of SAPS?
The police are by law have a right to carry firearms, have a right to use firearms when necessary. And within the bounds of the law, they would have to do that. But if they do it outside of the law, then they are not justifiable to have done that.
Yeah, but that applies to everybody. I also have a right to carry a gun. I have a right to use it. I have a right to kill people within the bounds of the law.
No.
So what's the difference?
No, you don't have a right to carry. You don't have a right to carry dangerous weapons in public, and even using those dangerous weapons. By law, you are not allowed.
Of course, Thomas, you turned your light on. You want to say something? Or you repentant?
No, just to say, Chair, that to the extent that Mr. Mpofu seeks to elicit opinion, evidence on matters of law, that's not going to assist this commission in any manner whatsoever. So perhaps he should stick to the factual inquiry as opposed to seeking to elicit evidence, rather opinion evidence, as it were.
Well, Chairperson, I'm not doing anything of the sort.
All right.
I'm not the one.
Not doing anything of the sort, then just carry on.
Yes, thank you. All right, so I think the real answer is that you could not, sitting there, label the people sitting at the mountain as criminals. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but I have said to you that there are people who were involved and engaged in criminal acts and in acts of breaking the law. That I said.
Okay.
It doesn't have to be proved in the court of law. You are not by law allowed to carry dangerous weapons. period.
All right, let me just round off the previous point. Would it be fair to say the following? I'm sorry I just want to finish off the point we spoke about a bit earlier. Given the fact that you have considered that your maximum force statements referred to people other than those at the mountain, would you agree that then the use of maximum force had no applicability to the people at the mountain?
As I said to you, that the utilization of firearms is a governed process. Whether it's justifiable to use it or not depends on what the law says about the utilization of a firearm by a police officer.
Yes, I'm sorry, maybe it's my fault. I didn't ask the question properly.
Professor, actually dealing with a slightly different topic at the moment. He's not confining himself to firearms. He's talking about the doctrine of minimum force and the corollary thereto, the use of maximum force, which is an expression that you use on one occasion at least. And he's asking you whether you accept that maximum force, whether it was by use of firearm or any other kind of force, whether maximum force could appropriately be used to deal with the Marikana situation. That's your question, Mr. Mpofu. Am I right?
Yeah, that's correct, Chairperson. Sorry.
Ordinarily not, Chair. Where, strictly speaking, when there are public protests, there is no expectation of using maximum force or deadly force at that. When people are out there protesting, there is no immediate expectation to use such force.
Do you know that the law places an obligation on members of the of SAPS to use minimum force?
If you talk generally, yes.
No,
it also places its minimum force, but it also explains when to use deadly force.
Trouble is, I'm sorry to interrupt now, but it's a point I was going to ask you later, but I think I'll raise it now to get it out of the way. Trouble is the expression of maximum force is susceptible to misinterpretation. So I understand the position. The police are obliged, not just the police, but others generally, but let's confine ourselves to the police. Police are confined are obliged by the laws applicable to them and their standing orders when dealing with a violent situation to use only such force as is necessary. That is what minimum force is about. No more than is strictly necessary, actually. You can, of course, have a situation, really rare, I would think, but you can have a situation where you've got to use all the force at your disposal. It's necessary to use all the force at your disposal to deal with the situation. Your paramilitary gangs are engaged in cash heists, may be an example in certain circumstances. And that's a case where, paradoxically, the maximum force available is necessary. So therefore, it's also the minimum force available which is necessary. So paradoxically, minimum force equals maximum force in those circumstances. But to talk about maximum force in general is misleading. In the case I'm talking about, it's correct that in a sense it's maximum force, but it's also minimum force. And it's not an exception to the rule that minimum force must be used. Now you, unfortunately, before the Portfolio Committee or in the interview with the Cape Argus, used the expression maximum force, I think in the sense in which I've used it. But it could lead to misinterpretation. In fact, I take it you would say it has, because Mr. Bruce, in his book, and the CASAC people in that document that you looked at, have interpreted what you said as saying minimum force is no longer the rule, the doctrine that applies, it's now maximum force. Now, I take it that's not what you meant. You meant what I've explained. Is that correct?
Well, I think you are touching on the fundamental question, Chair. The necessity or the necessary part. But it would be amiss if the people you are referring to misinterpreted what we were saying, because we're explicit on who are we talking about at that point.
Yes.
One. But two, we had explained that this is not a license to kill. No trigger-happy police have a place within SAPS. So I don't know if they misinterpreted that.
See, the problem is what you said, I'm expressing a prima facie view, what you said was susceptible to misinterpretation.
Oh.
And Constable Plod, if one can mention him, Constable Plod may well have misinterpreted what you said and thought you meant he could use maximum force even where it was more than was necessary. I think you didn't mean that. But the trouble is, you may have been misunderstood. But that's really the point that's being debated at the moment. What Mr. Mpofu is saying to you, as I understand him, is that maximum force, which is more than is necessary, was not appropriate for Marikana. And I take it you agree with that.
More than, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, no. Firstly, I can put money on it that when you were using the word minimum force, and you can confirm, you didn't have in mind this esoteric and exceptional situation where there's a coincidence between all that's really not what you had in mind. That's a nice hypothesis, but that's not what you had in mind, correct?
I don't get your question.
No, I'm saying when you were saying maximum force can be justified, you did not have in mind a situation where that is the same thing as minimum force, whatever that means. I don't even understand it myself. But you didn't postulate that situation, correct?
Let me say something to you so you and everyone else can understand. Minimum force means no more than is strictly necessary. That's what minimum force means. You mustn't use more force than is strictly necessary. If it's strictly necessary to use all the force at your command, then you're still applying minimum force. And that's not what did you say, esoteric? That's not an esoteric distinction.
Well, exceptional.
It's exceptional, yes, it's exceptional. And in a sense, it's paradoxical, but it doesn't mean it's not valid. Anyway, the real question that you're being asked by Mr. Mpofu is, when you said that maximum force must be used, in the context which was quoted in that paper that was the CASAC put forward, in what sense did you mean it? That's what Mr. Mpofu wants to know.
Yes.
Well, it was in a specific situation of a specific category of people we were referring to.
Yeah.
And what we meant is that you use everything you can use to stop this thing from happening.
Yes. Okay. That's exactly the problem. I'm saying it is against the law to have a specific category of people for whom you are going to reserve maximum force per se. That is against the law.
Chair.
And what you were propagating was against the law, and I'll tell you which
the
law.
proposition is completely incorrect in law. You cannot put that proposition to a witness.
I can. It is against the law, I repeat the proposition, to have a specific category of people for whom you must reserve maximum force. Maximum force cannot be used against any category of people by law.
I think we're probably engaged in semantic difficulties at the moment. There can be no category of persons per se against whom force can be used which is more than is necessary. But what the witness I think, is trying to say, although remember, to be fair to him, he's not a lawyer. We won't hold that against him. That's not a crime either. Though some people... what the minister is saying, that he regarded catch and heist people as people in respect of whom it was necessary to use all the force that was available.
Yeah.
Once you understand the distinction I've tried to explain, you understand what he's trying to
Yeah,
say. I think.
I understand. I don't care whether it's cash and hazard or rapists or mass murderers or whatever. You cannot have a category of people who are reserved for maximum force per se. That is the law. Simple.
The point is, it's not the category of persons we're concerned with, it's the circumstances. If the
circumstances.
circumstances are such that you have to use, it's necessary to use all the force at your command, then it's minimum force and maximum force coincide. But it's not because you're dealing with a category of people. You're dealing with people in circumstances where that necessity to use all the force you have exists. That's the distinction.
Absolutely. And the circumstances in this case was referring to specific people who were doing a specific act. Not that they are reserved as that per se, but through what they have done, through what they were continuing to do, precisely. It was the circumstances around which they were doing.
Okay, let me just tell you, just for the benefit of my learned friends as well, what the law actually says. Section 13, 3B of the Police Act specifically says, where a member performs an official duty, or rather, where a member who performs an official duty is authorized by law to use force, he or she may use only the minimum force which is reasonable in the circumstances. Now, what that means is that there is already a rule in the common law about necessary force, what the chairperson was talking to you about. I'm saying that in the Police Act, despite the fact that there is that common law rule, there is a specific section that says where you are entitled to use force, whether it's the Section 49 situation, whether it's the whatever situation, cash in transit, what have you, you shall only, or you may use only the minimum force which is reasonable in the circumstances. Are you aware of that provision of the law?
Yes, you must read that with Section 49 of the Criminal Procedure Act. It exists also. Can you go there?
Yeah,
well?
no,
Because we seem to have collected-
You see, no, let me tell you. Where it says where is authorized by law to use force, that incorporates Section 49. Section 49 simply authorizes the police to use force. So whether
To
Section
use
49...
deadly force.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Where,
We are one.
yes, all it says is that where you are authorized to use
Chair.
force, and that includes Section 49.
We cannot have legal arguments with a lay witness, Chair.
The point is saying there's a very interesting legal seminar we're having, but I don't think, with respect, that it's advancing the cause of this commission very much to enable us to answer the question set out in terms of reference. I understand you were setting up, as it were, a preparatory framework for the purposes of your cross-examination.
Wow.
You and the witness have had a debate about what the law is. You got, some would say, perhaps an advantage because you're legally trained. Others would say he's got an advantage because he wasn't confused by what he learned at law school. But either way, I think that matter has been adequately covered. I suggest you move on now.
But, Chairperson, I'm not the one who spoke about maximum force. It's the witness. So if now suddenly, when I'm testing what he said, it's a legal seminar, then I don't know what cross-examination is about. I'm saying...
You covered the points. You
Yes.
covered the points. I made an intervention which may not
Yes,
have been
it
well
did.
advised. The minister may well have not have expressed himself in the same language a lawyer would use, but I think we now know what he says he meant, and I think you can now proceed with your cross-examination, with the theoretical structure that you're setting up before you proceed to the other question.
Yeah. No, okay, well, I might as well round off this point to show that it's not theoretical. Is it F4, I think, is the...
4 was the private briefing for the president on what happened.
Then it's F5.
F5 was the media statement made by the National Commission.
Yes. Can we have F5? Go to the next page, sir. Just carry on a little bit. Yeah, there it is.
You see at the foot of the page, which is on the screen. You'll see that the second the penultimate paragraph begins, the dispersion action had commenced, etc. And it describes what happened at scene 2, actually. And it ends up, well, I'm not sure how accurate the description is, but we won't go there now. The last sentence reads, the police retreated systematically and were forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves. That's the passage Mr. Mpofu is relying on.
That was, do you go along with that?
I wouldn't understand this.
Well, did you when the National Commissioner was saying it, did you say to her, or gave you the document, did you say to her, I don't understand that last sentence?
No, I'm saying I don't understand. There is a sentence here which talks about police retreating.
Chair.
So what is the question here?
Chair, before.
No.
It goes on, you see, police retreated systematically and were forced to utilize maximum force to defend themselves. So he's concentrating on the maximum force expression there.
Right.
Mr. Semenya?
Chair, the views of this witness today are completely irrelevant to the terms of reference. We are invited by the terms of reference to look at things that causally are connected from a particular period in 2012, not today.
Yeah.
Not as simple as that. We're investigating the facts. We've got to look at the justifications made by the actors at the time. And this was a justification put up by the National Commissioner. She said maximum force was used. The political head of the police was present, either present when she said it or he read what she said on the same day she said it. And I don't think I can...
Chair, with respect, the Commissioner was asked these questions. She answered what she meant about them. But the question now being asked of the witness is today, what is his view? Does he associate himself with the utterances of another witness 2 years ago?
No, obviously that's not the question. And by the way, Chairperson, without concurring with what you're saying, the point really is that if yes.
I didn't put that didn't go on record. Mr. Semenya, you say Mr. Semenya misunderstood your question.
Yes.
Give him a second chance to understand it by repeating it.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. You've already testified that either this statement was read in your presence, if not, it was given to you, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, I'm saying to you, when you were given that statement saying what the Chairperson has read out to you, did you say you don't understand what was meant by that sentence?
I said I don't understand your question.
My question
not
is...
Not the sentence.
Yeah, did you agree with that or did you query it at the time?
He couldn't agree because he didn't know the facts.
No,
he
didn't know whether the factual allegations were correct. So that's so.
It could not be correct to use maximum force, and that's the whole point, Chairperson. How could... it didn't matter. The point is, did you... at that time, think that there was occasion to use maximum force or not?
I don't know the answer to that because he didn't know the circumstances. All hearsay is what he was concerned. Perhaps the best way to approach it is this. What did you understand her to mean when she said that maximum force had been used? It's relevant because, of course, we heard you say things later that day which may give rise to some comment elsewhere. But what did you understand her to mean when she said that the police were forced to utilize maximum force?
Live ammunition.
Okay. And is that your understanding, again, to the use of live ammunition equals maximum force?
What I understood here is that the police, as it is said here, that they were forced, and Because remember, this thing is explaining what happened. And it still needs to be tested that it happened this way. That the police on their own retreated, as it is said here, and used maximum force to defend themselves.
It's further than that. It says they were forced to utilize maximum force.
They were forced.
So the very use of the word forced indicates that what was being asserted was it was necessary for them, because that's why they were forced to do it, to use maximum force. And you use the expression maximum force, meaning lethal force or potentially lethal force, which could kill, in fact did kill, a number of the people against whom it was used. That's the way you understood it. Am I accurately summarizing your evidence?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Right, we'll come back to that. Now, the issue about, the other issue that I wanted to ask you in this category of questions is around the proposals for public policing which you made in 2011. You remember those?
Yes.
This is Exhibit Quadruple C 1.1.
EN2 is 1.2. It's 0.2, Chairperson.
No. 2 is the implementation plan. The letter to the National Commissioner is 1.1.
Yes, I was talking about the plan. Yeah. Now, do you believe that if that plan had been in full swing, in full operational swing, or implementation swing, the massacre or tragedy would have been avoided?
Asking might or would?
Would.
There's a difference.
Would.
Firstly, the policy on gathering, on the Gatherings Act first, and the policy we were amending assumes that things are happening in a particular way. There is a legal process, there were protests, and nobody is armed, and it should fit that kind of a situation. And in that sense, there is nothing which prepares police to govern or to control crowd who would otherwise be armed in the situation.
No. Well, that can be correct. Remember that the definition of crowd management includes violent and non-violent protests. Do you know that?
It does.
Yes.
But what I'm saying to you is that you move from the premise that the public protests themselves and picketing and everything should be done and is allowed to be done within the law and the Constitution, but unarmed.
Yes, but surely violent protests must include armed protest, doesn't it?
That's what I'm saying, is that we are now talking outside of the law. Now, I'm saying that in terms of the law and the Constitution, is that people are allowed, and this is the point everybody, including you, should be preaching out in society, are allowed by the laws of the land and the Constitution to do everything, including demonstration, picketing, but unarmed.
Yes, but that is mightily irrelevant to what we are discussing. Though people who are unarmed, and as you are describing, are not people to whom the issue of use of force even applies, correct? It doesn't even arise. Agreed?
I don't understand your point.
Okay.
Can you put it?
I'm saying the situation that you are describing of correctly the constitutional right of people to march and so on and picket has got nothing to do with the use of force. We're talking about a different situation where there is a need for the use of force.
Yes.
You agree? Okay. Now, what I'm saying to you is, if that policy was in full implementation swing, this tragedy would have been avoided. What would you say to that?
Well, I wouldn't be certain about that, because we've got to examine the actual action, the actual process which led to the death of people who were striking, first and foremost. And I think this is what we are about.
Do you say that would is a bit too ambitious? You can't say what would have happened. But the other part of the question that he eventually withdrew was might. What is your opinion on the question? You're able to formulate one. If what you had said in your policy on piecing of gatherings and protests, in your letter of the 31st of August 2011, had been implemented with immediate effect, as you had asked the National Commissioner to do, instead of only getting the response that you asked for to be given to you the end of September 2011, you only got that in February 2013, after Marikana had happened. If your request that the matter be dealt with immediate effect, and you got the implementation policy by the end of September 2011, and all the necessary things had been done, what Mr. Mpofu, I think, wants to know from you is, do you think that what happened to Marikana might not have occurred?
Chair, you would recall yesterday that we said that whilst the letter came back on the 13th, things relating to the policy had started to happen, including the procurement of the equipment, including training of the police officers who were no longer part of the unit of public order policing. So it's not like nothing happened between 2011 to 2013. What the point we're making is that not everything is intact, and we specified the kind of weaknesses which are still there. But that's what I would say about the policy and the implementation of the policy.
Chairperson, I want to try for the last time to get an answer to this. Do you believe that had the policy which you recommended, which was obviously intended to improve the situation, had it been in full operational swing, the possibility, at least, I accept that you can't foretell the future, the possibility of the tragedy having happened would have been reduced. Let's put it as light as that.
Okay, Mr. Mpofu, when we talk about the implementation of the policy, let's be clear of what we're talking about. We need to disaggregate what we are talking about, because there are a lot of things involved. There's training involved. There's the equipment. So which part are you referring to as inadequate? Because inadequacy would always be there. For instance, Northwest as a province was so inadequate to deal with this matter of the strike, it needed to have assistance from other provinces. So when you talk inadequacy, let's be specific, because if you are generalizing, I may not be able to help you in your question, but I want to help you understanding clearly which part are you referring to.
Okay. Well, you might help me firstly by listening to the question. I didn't say anything about inadequacy.
Don't give him a lecture, just ask questions, please.
Well, I did not say anything about inadequacy, so the past 3 minutes has just been wasted. I'm saying, if the policy that you proposed was in full implementation swing, would you agree that the massacre or tragedy might have been avoided, or the chances of it happening would have been reduced? Yes or no?
I wish to agree with you, but in all fairness, what we are talking about is something which has no clarity. We are asking a question, but when you say full swing, the full swing you are referring to would have components. Full swing because there's enough equipment for police to work, there's enough personnel. So You'd have to be specific, because clearly there is a part you are criticizing, so that I agree with you on that or not agree with on it.
Okay, please don't anticipate my question as criticizing something or another. Just answer the question as it is. I am saying to you, full swing obviously means full swing, 100%. I didn't say there's a part.
Well, if it's 100%, yes. If it was
The answer is
implemented 100%, as we are saying now, yes, maybe
Thank you.
there would have been
Reduced
averting or reduction of any fatalities.
Phew, thank you. And that must be why you had asked as long ago as 31st August 2011 that the policy needed to be implemented with immediate effect. Correct?
Correct, yes.
So, asking the same question differently now. If the policy had been implemented with immediate effect fully, then the tragedy would have been avoided, correct?
Would believe so.
Yes. Now, so among the causes or the things that might have contributed to the tragedy must be the non-implementation with immediate effect, which you had asked for, of the policy a year before the tragedy. In August 2011, when the tragedy happened in August 2012, correct?
Let's look at the incident of Marikana and not generalize now. And say, in that incident of Marikana, was there anything which was inadequate in the situation of Marikana? And I don't think I would say I would agree with that. I think that in this particular instance, things were done to ensure that that particular incident is handled within the confines of the policy. So if there was anything extra or outside of that, that then need to be interrogated.
All right, we will interrogate it in due course. Now, I want to ask you about the issue of the political pressure.
Can we move on to that? Can I just ask a question flowing from what you said?
Yes, please.
One of the things that you said in your policy document, remember your policy document accompanied the letter that went to the National Commission and set out what you wanted done. And one of the things you say in that document is that there must be set up, it's Exhibit R actually for us, there must be set up a national unit of for public order policing. That was required under the Act. It was irregularly, as far as I can see, done away with, and you were saying it must come back. And one of the things one of the points you wanted was a national public order policing unit. Now, the document that we've got from the reply you got eventually in February 2013 deals with what had been done. As you say, the policy had been implemented gradually.
Yes.
But as far as the national capacity was concerned, the national unit is concerned, that's dealt with, unfortunately the pages aren't numbered, but it's dealt with as part of the schedule to that exhibit, which is quadruple 1.2. And it's actually section 4 of that document, and it talks about you need a management decision to transfer POP Pretoria to national, and then it goes on about the various things that have to be done in regard to that. And the due dates they have there are all 2013 dates. So one of the things that you wanted was a national POP unit. That was only planned to happen in 2013. So it hadn't happened yet at the time of Marikana. See? So that is a factor which is undoubtedly present. One of the problems, I don't expect you to answer this, but I just mention it for information because it may be relevant. One of the problems that has been debated here was when the actual plan was worked out that was going to be implemented on the Thursday afternoon. The evidence is it came before the Joint Operation Centre Committee for the first time at 1:30 on the Thursday afternoon. And at that stage, there were no POP people present. They were all out in the field. So insofar as that plan was approved, and it's argued there were defects, we don't have to debate those with you, those are operational matters. But insofar as that plan had the approval of the JOCOM, as it was called, there were no inputs at that stage from any POP people as such. There are arguments that they could have objected later, but those are other matters we don't have to debate with you now. The point is, I think, that if you already had a national POP unit established, they presumably would have run the whole show, if I can call it that, and they would have come up with all the necessary inputs before the plan, such as it was implemented. What in fact happened, according to the evidence, was one of the leading characters involved was Major General Annandale, who was not a POP man, he was SDF, actually. And one of his key adjutants in doing it was the gentleman you heard about yesterday, Lieutenant Colonel Scott, who had a bit of POP training in the past, but he was basically a planner, also part of the SDF. They didn't have the detailed experience of POP work, which I assume the heads of the national POP unit you wanted to set up would have had. So to that extent, that may have some relevance in regard to the question, which we very fairly answered in the affirmative, that if your plan had already been implemented, the result might have been different. But I don't know if we want to respond to that.
Well, Chair, thanks. As you say, we have responded to that question, and we're asking the specific areas to affirm, not to affirm, and that is one area which we can affirm.
I see your successor is here. I don't know whether he heard what we said, but of course we're now already in 2014,
yes.
And we're not concerned really with what the position is now. But I take it it was still under your control when you were still minister.
Yes.
Was the national POP unit in fact established in 2013 on the date set out in the document?
Well, Chair, firstly, in what you were saying earlier on, I don't know why members of POP were not on the ground planning on that day, but it's something else. But there are members of the POP. There are things. Let me say this, Chair. When the POP was discontinued, especially in 2006, you had about 12,000 members on the ground as POP members. And if you compare that period and now, you didn't have as many public protests as we have in the period under review. Now, until perhaps I'll be updated now, but around that time you had 4,000 members. So you can see that you still have to do a lot. Insofar as that is concerned, the policy itself cannot be implemented fully because the people who are supposed to implement the policy are still being recruited. I'm just pointing one area which will make the policy easy to implement or not to implement.
You see, we've had a lot of evidence already, and submissions have been raised to the effect that the planning was defective. So that wouldn't necessarily impact on the number of feet on the ground, as it were, implementing it. If the planning was defective, I don't say it was, it's something we have to decide at the end of the inquiry. But if the planning was defective, then that problem might well have been adequately addressed if you already had your national POP unit established as you envisaged it should be done. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it's correct. But remember, Chair, that we said the POP was not done away with totally. So you had POP. What was happening is that they were now confined at the cluster level and at the police station level, What we're doing now was to get it up there and have it as a national, so that national has a final say. You are able to do what was done in Marikana, for instance, if there's a need for extra personnel who would come outside of that particular province.
I understand that. Yes, sorry, I interrupted you, Mr. Mpofu, but before we give you back the baton to carry on with the rest. My colleague, Advocate Hemraj, would like to ask a question.
Yes, Mr. Minister, you said that the implementation of the policy was incremental. What would you say, what aspect of the policy, if fully implemented, would have made a difference at Marikana? Is it equipment, is it staff complement, or is it something else? I'd just like to understand that, please.
Well, Chair, I think would have to, uncover really the elements which played to the weakness or weaknesses which happened there in Marikana, if any. Because one aspect we're talking about now, the aspect of personnel, I wouldn't say that the people who were deployed there were inadequate. I wouldn't say that. I think there were a number of police officers, as I was assured when I spoke to the provincial commissioner. So that aspect may not be a factor here. We would have to understand and interrogate. I'm glad the chair was talking about another aspect, which is the aspect of planning, which is very important in public order policing. There may be other aspects. He spoke about the experience of the commanders and their training, particularly, or lack thereof in public order policing. So there may be other factors. Maybe these are some of them, or there are others. But insofar as personnel and the force levels, I don't think that anybody can say that you had few members of SAPS on the ground.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. I hope Mr. Wesley is taken into account. Let me just take one example. The policy, for example, the policy prescribes that warnings should be given to people. That's an important aspect of the policy, correct?
Yes, warnings and also negotiations with the people. Yes.
Yeah, I'm just using that as an example. If we can show that warnings were not given in both at scene 1 and at scene 2, then you'd agree that had the policy been in place and fully implemented in that regard, the deaths might have been avoided. At least you must agree with that.
Maybe in place won't apply here, but fully implemented maybe apply.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying in that respect. Sorry,
He's given you the answer, hasn't he? He says if it had been fully implemented, the answer is yes. So.
Answer is yes. Oh.
Yeah. Can we perhaps take the tea adjournment now, or would you like to ask another question before we do that?
If I may just ask another question, Chairperson, just in this regard, so that I can then, when we come back, just get to the meat. Two quick ones. Would you agree that given your answers which you gave to Mr. Bezos yesterday, that and which we discussed this morning, that on the issue of maximum force and all that, that it was reserved for criminals or special types of people, that in that regard, the question of the characterization of what was happening in Marikana, or the characterization of the people who were there, was crucial, because that might have decided whether they fall under category A or category B, against whom maximum force may or may not be used. You get my question?
Yes, no, I do get your question. What was happening in Marikana was more of public order policing. That's what was happening. It was more of public order policing. The event itself and everything attests to that.
Yes, no, I accept that. I know that. In fact, I agree with it. But I'm saying to you, given your earlier testimony that certain types of force are reserved for certain types of people.
Well, he qualified that in the end. He did.
Oh, he said that, Chairperson.
No,
He didn't.
No, he did say that.
Oh.
He qualified it later. He made it clear, as I understood his evidence, that it wasn't just special types of people, it was really special circumstances. People who were involved in criminal acts and so on, in special circumstances which required that all the force available should be used. So it's true he originally created the impression that it was special types of people, but I think to be fair, we've got to have regard to what he said subsequently.
Okay, fine. Let's use that formulation. Would you agree that if maximum force, for example, was reserved for certain circumstances, then it was important to characterize particular circumstances as either those circumstances or not?
I think you've asked this question before.
No, I'm asking it for the first time.
No, you've asked it. Let me answer.
Yeah, but even if he's answered before, would you like to answer
Let
it
me
again?
answer. Yes, I'm answering, but I'm just reminding him that he asked that question before. What was happening there fell under the unit public order policing unit. That's what was happening because these were people on strike. Now your next leg of your question talks to something else, the determination of using force, including deadly force. That's something else which gets decided in a particular way, and it's, the act is clear on that. And I've said that you look at what happened, look at that together, because you even quoted our act, SAPS Act. You look at that together with the Section 49 of Criminal Procedure Act.
Okay. So I'll ask the question again. I'm not asking you that. I'm asking you in general. Forget about Marikana or anything for the moment. I'm saying, would you agree that if a particular type of use of force, particular methods of use of force is reserved for a particular set of circumstances, characterization of a situation becomes important so that we can know whether we are dealing with that situation or the other situation in general? Do you understand?
Absolutely.
Yes? The answer is yes.
He agrees with you. Let's take the field
Thank you.
on that positive affirmative note. Let's try to be back at 12:05. And remember, we're going on to lunch until we're taking lunch at 1. We'll be starting again at 1:30.
No, Minister, singyavumelana.
Commission resumes. Minister, you're still bound by your affirmation. Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, just the last of those signpost questions. It's correct, isn't it, that, and I think that's indicated in your statement as well, that in terms of what you call, the constitutional segregation of roles, on your own version, the Constitution goes out of its way to ensure that the operational management of the police headed by the National Commissioner is shielded from political interference, correct?
Yes.
And the Constitution, for the Constitution to do that, it would be because it wants, obviously, to protect us as citizens from a likelihood of political interference in operational management, correct?
Yes.
And according to you, one of the key ways in which that segregation is practiced is the fact that your port of call, as far as operational management is concerned, would be the National Commissioner, correct?
My port of call? Repeat that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, okay, maybe I'll use a different expression. In order to implement that segregation, the person with whom you would liaise, the linkage between you as the political head and the operational management is the National Commissioner.
National Commissioner, provincial commissioners, and all other, including station commanders if there's a need, yes.
Yes, but the primary person with whom you would liaise when issues are raised would be the National Commissioner. That would be the correct protocol.
Well, there's nothing like a Chinese wall on that.
No.
But if something would be needing the National Commissioner's attention, we are at a national level, I go to her. But if I have to get to the provincial commissioner, I do that. But as a practice, the national commissioner would be informed about any other engagement I have with all other officials. So
Yeah.
there's no official who's out of reach of the Minister of Police.
No. No, let me explain this, maybe using an example of a corporate entity. What I'm saying to you is that if there's a board, which would be equivalent would be you, and there is management, and there's a CEO, of course, if there's a crisis or as a last resort and all sorts of eventualities, the board could speak to anybody. But good governance would demand that they don't jump the CEO. What I'm saying is that for you, the best way to communicate with management would be to communicate with the person who reports to you, that is the National Commissioner, who is accountable to you. This is an accountability point, actually.
Well, unlike the corporate world, as you are saying, in the thick of things within the police, and if there is anybody, the Minister of Police wants to have or wants to know or to communicate, will communicate with anybody.
Yes.
The National Commissioner of the South African Police Service reports to the Minister, but she's not the only one who reports to the Minister.
Yeah, Minister, sorry, I don't want us to spend time on this. It's a very simple point. Putting aside exceptional circumstances, emergencies, and what have you, is it good governance or good protocol that you would primarily communicate with the National Commissioner rather than the people who report to her? or him?
Well, the person I interact with mostly is at the national level, who's the national commissioner.
Yes. But if there are exceptional circumstances, you can go further down, correct?
We are one, I don't know why we are repeating this thing. We are at one in what we are talking about.
I'll take that as a yes. Okay. Now, in fact, that's what you say in your first statement. You say that you regularly receive complaints and so on, and then you say, I take this up with the national commissioner in order to ensure that matters are attended to. So I don't know why we're having a problem now.
That's why I'm saying, can we get another question?
No, well, if you answer this one, we'll get another one. Is it true?
I've affirmed what you are saying.
He's given you an answer.
I've affirmed what you are saying.
Well, Chairperson, it would help a lot, Chairperson, if you could also protect me to get answers. Simple yes or a no will do, then I must get a simple yes or no, not a lecture. Is that answer a yes? Yeah, let's try.
In your initial statement, you said that you often receive complaints from members of the public and so on, and what you then do is you take up these points with the National Commissioner.
Yes.
That's what you said.
Yes.
Now, what Mr. Mpofu wants to know, that I take it, because you expressed it like that, that's the normal procedure that applies.
Yes.
That's okay. So it's possible. Okay. Now, why in the current situation, I'm going to make a point that in your first statement, you were deliberately misleading the Commission. If you go to triple F29. In that statement, you concealed the fact that you communicated with the provincial commissioner.
I did not conceal. I said yesterday that it was an oversight, and upon seeing my records, I then remembered that I spoke to the provincial commissioner, and there would be no reason for me to conceal anything, because voluntarily I went about to get my records, my phone records, telephone records, and I gave it to this honorable commission.
No. So when you say you remember, are you suggesting that you had forgotten that you spoke to the provincial commissioner?
As I said, it was an oversight on my part. It's here in my statement. I said even yesterday that this was an oversight. I did speak to the provincial commissioner, and when I got the records of my phone, I then recalled that indeed I spoke to the provincial commissioner first.
What Mr. Mpofu wants to know, more simplicity in what you say already, that when you made your initial statement, you forgot that you spoke to the provincial commissioner. And that's what you mean by saying it was an oversight. And then subsequently, when you saw your phone record, you remembered. Is that
that's
what
it is? Yes, that's what I'm saying, Chair.
Good. So it's a yes. You forgot. Okay. Now, but that's not. It's not as much as that you forgot. The point is that you said something that is not true, that is not correct. If you go to paragraph 17, paragraph 17 of triple F29, Chairperson. There you deal with your telephone calls to Mr. Zogwana and Mr. Ramaphosa. And then paragraph 18, you say, having been alerted to the situation in Marikana, as indicated above, I discussed the issue with the National Commissioner and received assurances that SAPS was able to handle the matter. That did not happen.
I did talk to the National Commissioner. As I say in my statement, that I spoke to both the National Commissioner and the Provincial Commissioner. I spoke to the National Commissioner to ascertain what Provincial Commissioner has been briefing me about, whether or not that is correct. So I did talk to the National Commissioner.
No, Minister, please. I'm saying to you, according to your own records, within a space of 5 minutes of having received, or rather of having spoken to Mr. Ramaphosa and Mr. Zokwana, you immediately called the Provincial Commissioner. Is that correct?
Yes, I called the Provincial Commissioner.
Yes, so that's the first thing you did as soon as you spoke to the two gentlemen, was to call the Provincial Commissioner.
Yes.
Yeah. And now you want to say that you forgot such an important thing. You speak to these people. This is the whole trigger of your involvement in this saga. You get called by politicians, and then your immediate reaction within 5 minutes is to call the Provincial Commissioner, and you forget. Is that your evidence?
I think I have answered that, and I've said that I forgot, and I say in my statement here that I discovered when I looked at my records, and I corrected that.
But you were specifically asked by the evidence leaders to record conversations with a list of people, including the Provincial Commissioner, and you omitted the Provincial Commissioner.
No, Chairperson. Perhaps Mr. Mpofu wants to show us that request that lists the Provincial Commissioner.
Yes. No, I don't have to do that. I'll just go to the
Because,
state.
Chairperson, it simply does not exist. There was no request from the evidence leaders that says, tell us about your communications with the Provincial Commissioner.
Okay, Chairperson, I hope that I will get an apology for that. If you go to the statement of the witness, quadruple C1, the witness says himself that there was at paragraph 2, there was a request addressed to me through the evidence leaders under the leadership of Madlanga J. At the time of the leader of the evidence leading the commission. The request in the main concerned 2.1, my conversations with the National Commissioner, the police, the Provincial Commissioner of the Northwest, Mr. Ramaphosa, and so on and so on. So that's where the request. I'm waiting for my apology.
What do you say about that, Mr. Nkosi Thomas? The interest of collegial harmony.
No, Chair, there is no need for me to apologize.
Okay.
And I will explain this statement if I have to, but
That's
I'll
fine.
just let
All
the
right, well,
question be
let's
put
go on
to the
with the
witness.
cross-examination.
That's fine,
Let's go on with the cross-examination.
That's fine. I'll go on. Thank you, Chairperson. Please answer the question.
If you repeat the
Yes,
question,
yes.
the minister may remember it, but I don't. So
Yeah.
repeat the question.
Thank
out
you,
of
Chairperson.
consideration for my.
Yes. Thank you, Chairperson. This is what I was asking you before I was interrupted, Minister. You had, on your words, you had received a specific request asking you to give communications with, among others, specified by the person now referred to as Madlanga J, among others, the Provincial Commissioner. It was not a long list. You were simply asked the people that you communicated with. It was the National Commissioner, Provincial Commissioner, Mr. Ramaphosa, and Mr. Zokwana. And you did this statement as a direct result of that request. And somehow you forgot.
There is nothing more I can say, Chair. And I said this was an oversight which I corrected, and I can't answer anymore the same question.
As if you've taken the point across examination as far as you can.
Yeah.
You have material on which you can argue at the end, and we must leave it there and move on to the next one, I think.
Yes. Well, yes, safe to say, Minister, that I'm going to argue, and it's only fair to you, I'm going to argue at the end that it's not even possible that you, when you have been asked to do something specifically, you can simply forget about it, and that you were deliberately misleading the Commission. And also, sorry, just to finish that, and the reason for that was because you knew that that communication was improper. It was the political pressure which you were running away from.
Well, there was no political pressure, and as I said, that's your opinion. You are entitled to. I don't agree with your opinion on that. Two, I have said that for transparency purposes, I decided I will take all my records here to ensure that that which you are alleging is dealt with accordingly, because it doesn't exist.
Well, I'm going to argue further that that is not the reason. The reason is that at the stage at which you did this statement, it was before the evidence leaders had unearthed certain information which indicated that you had actually spoken to the provincial commissioner, and your second statement was made thereafter.
Well, as I said, that was an oversight, and I went about correcting that oversight. Nobody forced me to, but I am open to the scrutiny of this commission. That's your view. It's okay with you.
Perhaps just to assist, really, it's mainly a point of being of assistance rather than objecting and so on. The questions that prompted the first statement, Chairperson, they are contained in the bundle that is before you. And this is what paragraph 2.6 to summarize. And that you will find under tab 3 of that bundle, Chairperson. There's a series of email correspondence. If Chair were to turn the page, Chair will find an email from Seri, and this is the email that paragraph 2 of the statement makes reference to. Now, that email from Seri reads as follows. It's addressed to Madlanga J, at the time the evidence leader, the leader of the evidence leading team, as it were, and it makes specific inquiries. And it was to these specific questions that the minister was responding. And hence the minister took the approach of clarifying the roles, just so that the question is put in its proper context, and the summary offered at paragraph 2.1 that my learned friend refers to is also understood within a proper context, Chair. So what Chairperson will see there is that Seri, the email states as follows: we would like the minister's testimony to deal with their engagements about the Lonmin strike from the 9th to the 16th and the interventions that they undertook upon request to intervene. Now they mention, then they specify the specificity that is proffered there, but nowhere did Madlanga J ask the question, when did you speak to the National Provincial Commissioner? Just so that there's context to these questions that my learned friend is putting, Chair. Thanks.
Chairperson, I don't know. If that is, I don't know who that is supposed to assist. It's definitely not me.
Yeah, well, maybe to the Commission with respect. Chair, and tab 4, then...
Chairperson, with respect, can this be left for argument?
Let me say something. It's not quite as simple as you say, Mr. Nkosi Thomas. The Seri request is indeed under tab 3, and it says, amongst other things, ministers asked to say, or ministers actually, but whom, it should be whom did they contact to implement the intervention? Who contacted them and when? What was the context of communication? What intervention did they order? What action did they take? Whom did they contact to implement the intervention? But it appears that thereafter, Mr. Madlanga had a meeting with the minister's representatives. That appears from the email which he sent to Ms. Zondo, saying, I met with the minister's representatives. What is then stated in the supplementary statement by the minister, which I take it reports what was said at the meeting between Mr. Madlanga, as he then was, and the minister's representatives, was the following. The first, in paragraph 2 of the supplementary statement, the following appears. The first statement was in response to specific questions raised by Seri, but addressed to me through the evidence leaders under the leadership of Madlanga J. The request in the main concerned, 2.1, my conversations with the National Commissioner of Police, the Provincial Commissioner of Police Northwest, Mr. Ramaphosa, and Mr. Sekwana. So what is admitted by the witness in his supplementary statement is that he received a request via Mr. Madlanga, ultimately from Seri, and this request concerned his conversations with not only the National Commissioner, but also the Provincial Commissioner. The point Mr. Mpofu is entitled to make is based upon that statement, admission by the Minister himself. The fact that the email material doesn't go that far doesn't alter the situation. So, Mr. Mpofu may proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sorry, my time is really getting wasted like this. But, and what is more, Minister, and I'm really doing this in fairness to you, so that when I argue, because it's going to be a serious allegation to make that you are deliberately misleading the Commission, so I have to give you the opportunity to answer. What is more is that in your statement, the part that I raised, to justify exactly what the quote-unquote misleading part, you say that you frequently receive this complaints. In such situation, I take this up with the National Commissioner in order to ensure the matters are attended to. My approach is based on the constitutional segregation of the roles of Minister and that of National Commissioner. So which means you know exactly that this is what you are supposed to do. I'm going to argue that if let's assume that you took the default position or the exception or the emergency route and so on. That is, you cannot forget the default position. You would have forgotten if you did what you normally do. But in this case, you deviated from what you say is how you usually deal with these matters. And within 5 minutes called the Provincial Commissioner. And it's not possible that you can forget such a deviation. What will you say?
What's your response to that?
Well, firstly, it's not necessarily a deviation. And as I said, that maybe as you said yourself, that there are normal circumstances and there would be other instances where things which have been done in a particular way are not done. But may I, Chair, go back to what you have just read, the statement, my supplementary statement, that when I was told by my legal team that there are things which evidence leaders want to put to me so that they determine whether I would have to be called here or not. And when I made the statement, my first statement, it was based on very specific questions. And those very specific questions are the ones you were reading before. But subsequent to that, I was told that they've seen my statement, which is my first statement, but then they feel that I need, or they need more from me. That's the Provincial Commissioner, the National Commissioner, where it was specified. But when I made the statement here, it was based on what the legal team has shown me to be coming from this house. So I wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, well, but you can't have it both ways. Well, if that is true, then it was not an oversight. It was based on those questions.
Now, the questions had nothing to do with specific people we are referring to, the
Yes.
provincial commissioner
Yes.
or the or the national commissioner or whoever. It was just questions, and based on those questions, then the first statement was made.
Yes, so you did the right, so there was no oversight. So why did you say in your second statement you had an oversight if indeed this issue was not asked? But you can't have it both ways, Minister.
No, as I say, that we were responding to a question or the questionnaire which came here, and as far as I could recall, I was responding to all what I needed to respond on.
Yes.
And as I said earlier on, that this part which I'm referring to of the provincial commissioner is the part which was an oversight on my statement. And I'm stating that in the supplementary statement.
Yes, but if you...
besides,
Sorry.
let me emphasize the point, Chair. Besides, there is no reason for me to have led or misled this House, because as I said, if I really wanted to mislead, I was not going to go out to ensure that we dispel this notion, the so-called toxic collusion. We dispel it through records. I was not going to be doing that. But all what I'm saying is that it triggered my memory. I remembered and I said it in my supplementary statement.
Okay, would it strike you as a coincidence that the provincial commissioner herself, quote unquote, forgot that in her first statement that she had had these telephone calls with you?
I would not speak for the provincial commissioner.
Well,
I'm stating what happened, which was directed to me, what I did or did not do. I'm stating that.
you had 2 phone calls with the national commissioner, correct?
Yes.
You had 3 phone calls with the provincial commissioner, correct?
Yes.
So you forget the person that you spoke to the most is the one that you forgot, and you remember the one that you spoke to the least. Is that what you want the commission to believe?
You know, you've read in my statement here that under normal circumstances, if you ask any question pertaining the police, I would tell you that I've spoken to the national commissioner without thinking. I would immediately, that's the first thing which comes. Now, in this instance, I'm saying it's not something which happened, which may then contributed in the oversight I've pointed out.
I don't understand that. What are you trying to say?
I've said what I've said.
Well, say it again.
I'm saying that...
In an intelligible
His
fashion.
normal reaction if he gets a query about a police operational matter is to get hold of the national commissioner. That's what he normally does. So that's what you would call the default position. You get a query, go to the national commissioner. This occasion, as I understand him, he departed from that. I can understand why it was this fairly serious matter. It was important to get the information soon. If he went through the national commission, he might wait, judging by some of the other responses he got from the national commissioner.
I've asked him for a reason. That's your explanation,
maybe,
not his. Yeah.
Maybe. Sometimes he might have waited a day or two. So he got hold of the provincial commissioner. He says, it's for us to decide at the end of the day whether he's truthful in saying he forgot, but he says he forgot, and the reason he gives, you say, accuse me of not answering the question, the reason he gives, he says, is he normally gets to the national commissioner, gets to her, and he thought that happened on this occasion. Later discovered it wasn't so, and he told us.
Yeah.
Whether that's a satisfactory explanation is a matter you'll argue, but I don't know if there's any point in hammering it any further. You're not likely to get any more information that will help us, I would have thought. Whether you've got enough is a matter we'll have to decide later.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much. But with respect, that's not the point. The point I'm probing with the witness has got absolutely nothing to do with the fact that on this particular occasion, he phoned the provincial commissioner. In fact, we know that that's what happened. So I can't be querying that. The point I'm simply making is that he could not have forgotten having deviated from what he calls his normal practice. So I'm making a different point.
What I'm saying to you is you've made that point. You put it to him. He's given an answer. Whether it's a satisfactory answer is a matter you'll argue and we'll have to decide.
Yes, Chairperson, I'm simply giving him more reasons why I'm going to argue it at the end. If the witness must not give him an opportunity to react, that's fine. But I think it's fair with such a serious accusation to give the witness an opportunity to react.
The reasons as crisply as you can and we get his response.
Thank you. Well, the real reason, Minister, I'm going to argue, is because you knew that the content of those communications was unlawful and improper and constituted political pressure. That's why you concealed them deliberately.
You are wrong.
Good. Now, you can go to triple. All right. Do you accept that your telephone calls to the provincial commissioner or national commissioner were at least interpreted by them, whatever your own motives were, as constituting political pressure?
Mr. Mpofu, why do you say interpreted by them? I can understand part of the question. Certainly, the provincial commissioner said something about them to Mr. Mokoena. Well, that's one person. I'm not sure that she said that she was pressurized, but what she said was that she'd received a communication from the National Commission. So I think the plural in your question is perhaps incorrect. But
well,
you could reformulate the question to deal with my point, and it'll be more accurate.
It's fine. It's justified, but I'd rather, if there's a shortcut, I'll take your route, Chairperson. Do you accept that it was interpreted, at least by the provincial commissioner, as constituting political pressure?
That was not her evidence, Chair.
According to the transcript, the provincial commissioner said that the national commissioner had said to her that she'd been pressurized. That's the way it is, as I understand it. So you put it upside down.
Chairperson, with the greatest respect, really. If she was repeating that to someone else to say the national commissioner was pressurized, does that mean she doesn't believe it? Really, let's not be pedantic. Yeah. I'm saying that, do you...
To believe it's a question of hearsay. It was hearsay in the mouth of the provincial commissioner, but if the national commissioner said to the provincial commissioner what the provincial commissioner said she did, then the national commissioner appears to have interpreted the phone call as amounting to pressure. That's the accurate position.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, look, I think this, Chairperson.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. On page 9 of the transcript, General Mbombo refers to her conversation with Minister Mthethwa directly.
Yes, Chair. And the evidence, just to pick up on what my learned friend has said, and the evidence of General Mbombo is that the word pressure was her own creation.
Yes,
it was not intended to convey that there was indeed pressure.
We heard that
evidence.
We heard that pressure is a sort of metaphorical expression which is meaningless in police vocabulary. I know she said that, and you can argue that at the end. Yeah. But what we must look at is the passage in page 9 that was...
foot of page 9. Maybe it's better to show it up so that
as advocate,
everyone can see
me that I also got it wrong. What is said at the foot of page 9, we all make mistakes. What is at the foot of page 9 is this, that General Mbombo says, when I was speaking to the minister, he mentioned a name to me that's also calling him, that is pressurizing him.
Yes.
So her interpretation of what the minister had said to her was that he, the minister, had been pressurized by Mr. Ramaphosa.
To her, the provincial commissioner. Thank you, Chairperson. That is exactly the point.
No. Now let's get this right. Once and for all.
Well, I means the provincial commissioner. Let's get that quickly out of the way.
Him.
Well, yeah, but what she says, when I was speaking to the minister, she could only be referring to herself.
Let's not get excited. Let's bring the pressure down. General Mbombo is talking to Mr. Mukwena.
Yes.
She says, I, Mbombo,
Yeah.
had a conversation with the minister.
Correct.
And the minister said someone had called him,
Yeah.
Mr. Ramaphosa. And he said, that is pressurizing him.
Yes.
In other words, the minister says, according to her,
Yeah.
that I was
General Mbombo.
pressurized by Mr. Ramaphosa.
Yeah.
Now,
That's correct. That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's the correct position.
That's correct.
So let's proceed on that basis.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So the minister, let's translate it this way. Try and replay the telephone call. You said, General Mbombo, I have been called by a political high individual, whatever, and pressurizing me, quote unquote, to make it simple so that everyone can understand.
The question, therefore, to the witness is, did you say to General Mbombo that Mr. Ramaphosa had telephoned you? That's the first part. I take it the answer to that, yes, because you reported to her why you were phoning her. And did you go on to say that Mr. Ramaphosa was pressurizing you, or had pressurized you? What's the answer to that?
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Well,
Chair, perhaps that's where my objection comes in. Just to put context so that this is clear. The witness.
I listen to your objection.
No,
Are you
Chair,
objecting to my question?
I'm not one to object to your question. I'm
All right.
here to assist where I can.
Yeah, no,
and
but-
may I try to assist?
No, the witness, the Vox speaking. The
No,
witness, please.
the word
The witness
pressure.
has been asked to, I know what General Mbombo said. And you could say you could argue that at the end. The witness has been asked a question. I think he should be allowed to give the answer without any assistance, one way or the other, from anybody else. Let us hear your answer, please, Minister.
thanks, Chair. No, I told the provincial commissioner that I've been called or I've been talking to Mr. Ramaphosa and Mr. Zugwana. They are saying that there's damage of property there. As far as they can see, there is no adequate police deployment. Is that true? I put that to her. That's what I said. Now, at no stage did I ever talk about any pressure. In fact, yesterday I said here in this house that I don't remember anybody who put pressure on me, on what I know and what I do.
Okay. Look, Minister, it's supposed to be simple. I can see now it's complicated by all sorts of interventions. This.
Okay.
Can we have the?
No, sorry, Mr.
I'm sorry,
Now that we've had the witness's answer, can you perhaps give me the assistance you were going to give me?
No, thanks, Chair, but all that I wanted to say at the time was that General Mbombo had already said to this commission that the word pressure was her own creation. But that's all right. Perhaps that would not have assisted, Chair. I'm happy to let that.
All right. Well, thank you. We'll bear that in mind. Thank you. Carry on, Mr.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, the original question really was very simple. Before I was incorrectly.
No more concurring judgments. Let's carry on.
No, I have to ask the question, Chairperson, shouldn't I? Yes. The question which I was asking where the Chairperson incorrectly corrected me was that the statement that you made, whatever you said in the telephone conversation, do you accept that it was interpreted by General Mbombo as you having been subjected to pressure from a politically high individual? That's all. It's quite simple.
Again, repeatedly, the evidence of General Mbombo on the point is that...
We've been reminded of that. The question is whether we'll accept that.
No, the proposition is that she interpreted it as political pressure. That's not her evidence.
No.
Her evidence is I did not interpret it that way. It is a word that I used.
Yes, I know that evidence, and it will be argued to us at the end of the day. We must accept her evidence on the point, and other people will say we mustn't, and we will then decide that point now. But the fact of the matter is, she used the word, And she claims it's a meaningless word in police parlance, and that may be so, that may not be so.
Yes.
Carry on, Mr. Mthethwa.
Thank you, Chairperson.
But I think, to be fair, I suppose you should say
Yes,
that,
no, fair enough.
That's the word she used, and then
Yes.
do things
No,
follow
that's
from
fair. That's fair. That's fair, Chairperson. Let's put it like this, maybe, to make it easier and fairer. If the Commission, if we argue successfully, as we are going to, that
You're going to argue.
that General Mbombo's evidence on this point should be rejected, and if we succeed, then will you at the very least acknowledge that she, and I'm not even ascribing the word to you for the purposes of this question, that she interpreted whatever you were saying to her on the telephone as amounting to political pressure by a highly placed individual?
Mr. Mpofu, I'm not going to allow that question because it's a hypothetical question on which the witness is asked to express an opinion. We are in as good a position as anybody to decide, to form an opinion on that point, and the witness's views on the matter are, with respect to him, not going to assist us.
Okay, well, Chairperson, this is a very important aspect which goes to this issue of political pressure, but maybe I'll rephrase the question. Let me put it this way, maybe to make it easier for you. Do you accept that from the point of view of Mr. Ramaphosa, what he was doing was to put pressure?
Put pressure on me?
Yeah, among others.
No. No.
You don't accept that?
No.
Well, Mr. Ramaphosa says in his email, which is on page 289, small e. Triple B4, sorry. Triple B4, page 289, small e. That email.
Tap what?
The bottom one.
Tab 9.
Oh, sorry.
Through you,
Tab?
Chair.
But it's tab 9
I don't know tab.
in the bundle that we've been given by the police service. And it's email number 6. You say it's 289E, is it, Mr. Mpofu?
Yes.
Yeah. Email number 6, 289E. Email sent the 15th of August, that's the Wednesday, at 2:58 from Mr. Ramaphosa to, I take it these are colleagues of his on the board of London.
Well, it's to Jamieson and all sorts of other people.
Yeah, they're all directors of London, I think.
Yes, all London directors. Okay, thank you. It's the bottom one. Have you got that, Minister?
Yes.
Yeah. That email says, for the sake of completion, I have just had a discussion with Susan Shabangu in Cape Town. 1, she agrees that what we are going through is not a labor dispute, but a criminal act. She will correct her characterization of what we are experiencing. 2, she's going into cabinet and will brief the president as well and get the Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa, to act in a more pointed way. 3, she will be in Johannesburg by 5 p.m. and will be able to speak to Roger. Let us keep the pressure on them to act correctly. The pressure. That's what Mr. Ramaphosa said. Let us keep the pressure on them. Them must mean those people mentioned there, Minister Nathi Mthethwa and all sorts of others. You'd at least accept that, I'm sure.
Accept what?
That when he says, let us keep the pressure on them to act
Well, I
correctly.
see it's written here that
Yes.
he said that.
Yes. So do you now that I've read it out to you, do you accept that, at least from his point of view, what he was doing was to put pressure?
I won't talk on behalf of Mr. Ramaphosa, but this email, Minister Shabangu is saying that she's going to talk to me and get the president so that I act in a pointed way. That's what Minister Shabangu is saying. And this other thing, let us keep the pressure on them. But I think I have answered these things, that all these things never happened to me. They never came to me.
Yeah. We'll come to
No,
that.
I understand that, but I think Mr. Porfir's point is slightly different. He's relying on the words keep and pressure. Keep. So what he's saying is, Mr. Ramaphosa, look, I'm more interested in Mr. Ramaphosa's answer to the question when he comes. But what Mr. Mpofu says is, Mr. Ramaphosa said, let's keep the pressure on them, which means there's already pressure and we're going to keep it there. Whether it really was pressure, whether Mr. Ramaphosa thought it was pressure, these are matters Mr. Ramaphosa will have to tell us. But can you yourself take the matter any further?
Well, I did say, Chair, that I see that he's saying he has to keep pressure. So I see that.
No,
well, I don't know that getting this witness to say what he thinks Mr. Ramaphosa meant is going to help us very much.
No, I'm afraid
you may well have a lot of questions to ask Mr. Ramaphosa on the matter. I'm sure you will.
No. I'm sorry,
You
Chairperson. With the greatest respect, you can bet on it. I'll ask Mr. Ramaphosa about this.
It's immoral to bet on a certainty.
Yes. Thank you. That's correct, Chairperson. But remember that let's call it the chain, at least on our version, the chain of political pressure starts with Mr. Ramaphosa through this witness, right to the killing of people. That's the chain of pressure. So I can't, with the greatest respect, with this particular witness, who is a crucial part of that chain, say, no, I'll ask Mr. Ramaphosa. I want his role in the chain, in the deadly chain of pressure, must be explained.
Hasn't he told us that? He's told us what he did or didn't do. Now you're dealing with another question. You using the language of Mr. Ramaphosa, keep the pressure. And you're saying to him, doesn't that show that in Mr. Ramaphosa's mind, he was busy with pressure? And the answer to that, I presume, is yes. He says, yes, that's what he said. What exactly he meant, how he meant it, what justifies the belief is a matter from Mr. Ramaphosa. I don't know this witness with respect can help us anymore.
No.
On this issue.
Okay, Chairperson, let me, this is my third attempt. I've tried to approach it from Mbombo, from Ramaphosa. Now I must I'll try again. What we're going to argue, Minister, is that your denial of having exerted any pressure whatsoever, as you put it in your statement, cannot be sustained and cannot be honestly articulated because, among other things, and I'm going to take the most benevolent interpretation of this favorable to you, you were the conduit through which the political pressure from Mr. Ramaphosa was transmitted to General Mbombo and transmitted to the killers. So now the question as to whether you were witting or unwitting as that conduit is a matter.
Is it useful that we must object to things like killers and stuff like that?
Oh, please.
Can't my learned colleague put questions that require that?
We had that debate once before. You know, the word killer can technically mean someone who killed someone.
That's all.
But the dictionary also says, I looked it up after our last discussion, the word killer can mean a murderer. It's used also in that sense according to the dictionary.
Of course.
So just cool it a bit. You don't need this point for the purpose of the present question. Rephrase the question and we'll get there much sooner. It's emotive language.
No.
Which, the word killer can mean technically the person who killed even legally. It can also mean, according to my dictionary, it can mean a murderer. It's a word that raises the temperature. We will get the truth in this matter far more easily and quickly. We keep the temperature down. Rephrase the question and put it.
No, okay. Well, I'll take one step back. Minister, do you accept that 34 people on the 16th were killed by the police?
Well, this is what we've seen happening Mr. Mpofu, even in the media, people being shot by the police.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, if we accept that the 34 people were killed by the police, the point I was making earlier to you is this. What I'm going to argue is that, irrespective of your motives for now, because I don't want to ascribe particular motives for you, I will do that later. What we're going to argue is you were the intermediary or conduit through which the pressure that Mr. Ramaphosa refers to in the extract that I've just read to you was conveyed to the operational management, operational management of the police, and ultimately to those police that you say killed the people on the 16th. Do you understand that premise? You don't have to agree with me. Do you understand? That's what I'm going to argue.
Because you know I don't agree with you. I
Yes.
understand and disagree.
Yes, you understand. but you
Thomas has turned
disagree.
a light on. What do you want
Fair
to say?
enough.
Kosi Thomas?
Thanks, Chair. Just so that that proposition is not fairly put to the witness. The word pressure there, it says, let's keep the pressure on them to act correctly. So only if my learned friend could rephrase the proposition and say, did they put pressure on you to act correctly, if he is indeed relying on that.
Or you could just use the word pressure, but the sting of the correctly is they must do the right thing, not that they must act improperly. You know.
Well, no, Chairman, I'm not prepared to entertain that. I mean,
Well,
that's
you don't have
obviously
to-
a subjective thing to that part you can say, well, let's put to Mr. Ramaphosa, because it's a subjective thing as to what he thinks is correct. He might think what is correct is to mow down 34 people and kill them. That's a subjective thing. We
I'd be
can't
very-
deal with it at this
well,
level.
We won't go there yet, but I don't know there was ever an intention to mow down 34 people.
Well, I think there
But
was.
that's a matter.
My case is that there was.
I may be proved wrong on that, but and in any event, 34 people were killed. There's no question about that.
That's correct.
And there may well be liability of some kind for that. That's one of the things we're busy with. But anyway, rephrase your question.
Okay.
Let's get a short question, short answer, then we'll take the lunch break. Come back at just
Yes.
after 1:30.
I'm saying the real issue is this. What prompts this cross-examination, Minister, is an answer to your rhetorical question, which is, why would I want to conceal my discussions with the Provincial Commissioner? I'm saying to you, the reason for that is because those discussions were unlawful, were against the constitutional framework, were against the law, and were activities through which pressure, political pressure, was being conveyed by you to the Provincial Commissioner. That is the reason why you would want to conceal it. That's what we're going to argue. That's the real point. Do you understand that, even if you don't agree with it?
I understand what you say.
Question is, do you agree with it?
I understand, Chair, what Mr. Mpofu is saying. I disagree with what he's asserting. For me, it's a figment of his imagination.
Thank you. On that
Chairperson,
imaginative note, we will take the lunch
no,
adjournment.
Chairperson,
Yeah.
are you going to, having been telling us are you going to allow a witness to insult me and then just take lunch?
No.
Really, Chairperson, after you've been telling us we mustn't say people were killed when they were
I
killed.
don't think it was an insult.
And murdered.
It's his description, with which you obviously don't agree, of the.
But is it the language?
Of the submission
Should we,
that you've made.
the temperature, you want it to be at that level, Chairperson? Fine. Then we'll do it after lunch. Thank you.
No, we'll keep the temperature down after lunch as well.
matters would include the numbers of members which are deployed in a particular situation, correct?
That is the job of the operators, the commissioners, and it has always been like that. Even in this instance, there was no change.
Yes. Well, so effectively then, Mr. Ramaphosa and Mr. Zokwana were asking you to do something that was outside of your province, as you call it.
It's not outside of my province. What would be outside of my province would be when I dictate to the commissioners that put 5 police officers there, put 10 there, give them this kind of caliber of firearms and so on. But when I ask whether or not they are doing anything about the situation, which included the death of people, the damage to property, that is within my right to do that, and that's my responsibility.
Well, on paragraph 17 of your initial statement, you said that you informed F29. You informed Mr. Zokwana and Ramaphosa in response that you would convey their requests. Those requests are for the numbers of police to be increased, correct?
The response there was both the matter of ensuring that there is police visibility and ensuring that what they term as criminal activity is kept.
No, that's not an answer to my question. My question is, when you said you conveyed their request, you are referring to their requests for the deployment of more members, correct?
Amongst others.
Yes. And that issue is an operational issue, the deployment of numbers and so on, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. All right. And then you also say that you in consent to the National Commissioner and ensure that SAPS was dealing with the matter. I also informed them that I would ensure that SAPS attended to this matter. Is that what happened? And you know what ensure means now?
Yes. And, yes.
And that's what happened?
Yes.
All right. You were, well, you were not. Are you aware now that actually Mr. Ramaphosa's mission, if one can call it that, among others, was to influence the executive members like yourself? More particularly on issues of the numbers of police to be deployed.
There's nowhere where there are numbers here spoken about.
Okay, then go to... sorry.
No, just wait. There are no numbers spoken about here. There is a concern raised by the 2 gentlemen, which concern was raised with people who are working on the ground, and those people informed me what is it that they are doing, especially the provincial commissioner, because the issues of safety and security of the people in the area was the core of all what was happening.
Okay, I'll try again. Are you aware now that part of what Mr. Ramaphosa was being asked for, or asked to do by the people of his company, Lonmin, was to influence issues such as the number of policemen to be deployed?
Well, I've not seen anywhere where it talks about numbers to be deployed. But all I'm saying to you is that the operational members, how many people to be deployed where, those operational matters reside with the commissioners. But overall, I have the responsibility of ensuring that people are safe and secure. If that means asking whether there are police on the ground, I would do that. It is my duty to do that. Now, what Mr. Zokwana and Mr. Ramaphosa were raising with me is part of my portfolio, and it was going to be derelict of me being approached by people who were concerned and raising something which also concerned me. I would have folded my arms and not talked to the people who are responsible. So I did that, and I don't see anything wrong with that.
You don't see anything wrong with it?
Nothing.
Yeah. So you, in your view, the fact that these were, are you familiar with the concept of conflict of interest?
Yes.
Yeah. So in your view, the fact that these were your political colleagues in the ANC had nothing to do with it?
As I said yesterday, when I was asked, people always phone the Minister of Police on any matter related to security, whether they are Joe Soap or Ramaphosa or anybody, it makes no difference. Whether those people are people who belong to where I come from politically has nothing to do with my job, including people who would be coming from opposition.
Yes.
Because that is the task and the job of the minister.
Yes. Yeah, you know, that's exactly what I'm trying to assure. Your evidence is that, therefore, it made no difference whatsoever who the people who were putting the pressure is, or were making the calls. Let's keep it neutral.
Yeah. No, now I think I can agree with that.
You agree?
Yeah.
Well, if you agree with that, then can you explain to the Commission why was it necessary for you to say to General Mbombo that I've been called by Cyril Ramaphosa, if it makes no difference?
Well, in the area of Northwest, if we will take Northwest, there would be many people who would be calling the Minister of Police, and I'll relate to the Provincial Commissioner that so-and-so has called. If somebody has identified his name, is it true? And for me, it matters not whether I have said who that person is or I didn't say who that person is.
No, Minister, I don't think it's that easy. The point is, by you naming names or name-dropping the names of Cyril Ramaphosa, if it made no difference whatsoever, then you could have simply said, I hear there's something in Marikana. Joe Soap, as you call it, has said so. Why did you feel it necessary to say to them that it was Cyril Ramaphosa, not someone else who called?
Well, it doesn't matter whether I said it or not. But in this instance, I told her that these people talk as if they are people on the ground, and this is what they are saying. And for me, it's no big deal who was calling. It doesn't matter.
Well, well, look what you did. It must be a big deal because, as we know now, and I want to go back to Triple J 192, because of you having identified the person, they viewed it as so-called politically high person was pressurizing you. So it made a difference.
Police, when they deal with their work on a day-to-day basis, they come across people from all walks of life, from all the stations of society. And by law, they are expected to act whether that person is whoever in the country, South Africa. So there is nothing which would make or which will put pressure on members of SAPS to act where they're supposed to act to fulfill their duty.
I don't think that's an answer to what I'm asking you. I'm saying to you that in practice now, despite your view that it does not matter who the name of the caller is or complainant, what actually happened in practice is because you chose to identify the caller, that was taken to mean that this politically high person was putting pressure. So do you see the difference that it can make?
No. No.
You think that if you had said to General Mbombo that Themba Mkhize had called, she would have said, construed that as political pressure from a politically high person. Nevertheless, it would have made no difference.
Yes.
Okay. Well, in fairness, I must tell you that I'm going to argue that that answer is not credible or to be believed. That you know very well. In fact, more so, you knew very well. Now, forget about what you're saying now. You knew very well by mentioning the name of the caller that it would achieve your intended purpose, which was to transmit the pressure towards the operational management.
That's your opinion. You're entitled to it, I think.
Yes. You've also said that if somebody says that, if somebody testifies in this commission that you were asked to act in a more pointed way, that person would be telling lies, correct?
Yes.
And do you know of any reason why Mr. Ramaphosa said that you were going to be, or that they were going to get you to act in a more pointed way, to get the Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa, to act in a more pointed way if it was false?
Well, what I've seen here is what Minister Shabangu promised or said to Mr. Ramaphosa.
Yes.
That she will get me, she'll talk to the president and I so that I act in a pointed way.
Yes.
That's what I saw here, and there is no such thing which happened. Minister Shabangu never met me, never raised that thing, including the pointed way which we saw here.
Yes, but Minister, this is a serious matter. You understand that I know you're here to give explanations, But do you understand the gravity of this matter, that if these matters left unexplained, as it were, and we hear that a cabinet minister was going to cabinet and brief the president and get you as minister to act in a pointed way, if within about 24 hours of that, 34 people were killed by the police, of which you are a minister, then this is a matter that can have far-reaching implications, implicating the cabinet, the president, the minister of minerals, and yourself in possible criminal activity.
Well, I've said that there was no cabinet meeting on the 15th, as said here in the correspondence. I've also said that that week I was not in Cape Town. So if you talk about the cabinet, I've given an answer on that one.
Now, I think you are not being totally candid with the commission. You know that the week before that there was the cabinet meeting.
Yes, there was a cabinet meeting a week before that.
Yes, and you know that you are just taking advantage of the fact that maybe some of the people here, including the commissioners, are not familiar with how these things work. You know that every other Wednesday, when there's been a cabinet meeting, there are cabinet committees that sit on the following Wednesday. Is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
So let's not split hairs. The point of the matter is that on that day, there would have been cabinet committee meetings, correct? Attended by ministers of state.
They are always there.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So we shouldn't make a mountain out of a molehill. If Minister Shabangu must have said to Mr. Ramaphosa, I'm going to a cabinet meeting or a cabinet committee meeting, being a Wednesday, she would have meant in this case, if you are right that there was no cabinet, she would have meant cabinet committee, which is also attended by cabinet ministers, correct?
Yes, I was responding to a question of the cabinet. There was a question raised with me of the cabinet on the 15th. And I responded to that.
Yes, but I'm saying that you...
I hear what you say about cabinet committee, but all what I'm saying to you is that the question put on me was not about cabinet committee meeting, was about cabinet meeting.
Yes, I accept that, but it's like what Mr. Ntsabeza was putting to you. If you were being open and candid and being honest with the commission, you would know that that is just a semantic difference.
Not semantic.
Well, you would know that there were cabinet committee meetings on that day.
Give him a chance to ask a question, then you can answer.
Yeah, no, but let me correct something here, which is fundamental, and it's not about semantics. Can I do that?
Yeah, all right.
Yes, I don't think that we want to be bogged down on what is being said here. That a cabinet meeting has within it particular powers and particular connotation if there is a cabinet meeting. If there are committee meetings, it's not a matter of semantics because it has to do with the running of the country and the decisions taken in those structures, which are fundamentally different. So it can't be a semantic.
Well,
sorry, and there's a further, before you correct, there's a further point, of course, that if it was a cabinet meeting, the likelihood is that you would have been there. You normally, presumably, arrange your program in such a way that you can be present at cabinet meetings if
the
it's
cabinet,
possible.
yes.
Cabinet.
Yes.
And clearly from this email, it looks as if it's a BB4 289E. What Mr. Ramaphosa said, that's Minister Shabangu, is going into cabinet and will brief the president as well and get the Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa, to act in a more pointed way. So what obviously Ramaphosa thought was going to happen was the Minister Shabangu was going to go to a cabinet meeting, going to meet the president and meet you,
yes,
brief the president and get you to act in a more pointed way. That is what he thought was going to happen. What you tell us is that didn't happen that way. There wasn't a cabinet meeting. There was a committee meeting. According to her statement, Minister Shabangu's statement, there's a cabinet committee meeting on national planning. She went to the meeting. She met Mr. Ramaphosa beforehand, apparently. He spoke to her. But you weren't there. And then you go on to, then you tell us that she didn't, in fact, speak to you.
Yes.
Thereafter. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, well, that's not correct. Nobody said you were there. I mean, she obviously could not speak to you if you are not there. The point I'm simply making is that, firstly, let me say to you, your own cabinet committee would have met on that same day, correct?
No. The cabinet committee I belonged to then was JCPS.
Yes.
And JCPS day, all committees have their days, is or was Thursday then, unless that has been changed now. It was Thursday.
Yes. So her cabinet committee was Wednesday. That was the economic cluster, correct?
No, it's national planning is what
Yeah, that's the economic cluster, Chairperson. I know what I'm talking about. That's national planning falls under economic cluster.
Well,
the cabinet committee that she was...
your superior knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. The cabinet committee that she would have met, which would have discussed the national planning, national economic plan, was the economic cluster, correct?
As I had, yes.
Yes, thank you.
From the chairperson.
And that particular meeting was an important meeting. Actually, that was the day, the 15th of August was the day of the adoption of the National Development Plan. So it was an important cluster meeting, correct?
I must go back and check that.
Okay, well, you can take it,
adoption.
yeah. So you can accept that.
I think that's correct. There was an interesting combination of dates in that week.
So there would have been nothing untoward with Ms. Shabangu going into that cabinet committee meeting, briefing the president, as it is said here, who would get you to act in a more pointed way. You didn't have to be there. He could get you in 1,000 ways to act in a more pointed way, correct?
Excuse me. I don't think that there would be anything wrong with the minister raising an issue of national importance as this one. I don't think there would have been anything wrong.
Yes. So it's possible, you can say, it's possible that she went into that meeting and briefed the president and to get you to act in a more pointed way, but that, for some reason, that message didn't get to you.
I wouldn't want to venture there because I don't want to answer something I don't know.
Is it possible that, as is reflected in this, Ms. Shabangu indeed went into that meeting and briefed the president to get you to act in a more pointed way, but for some reason or another,
I said
it did not get to you? You don't know what?
I don't know whether that is possible or not. I don't know. I don't...
Is that an honest answer?
No. I don't want to answer something I don't know. I'm sure this commission will have an opportunity to interact with Minister Shabangu.
No, Minister...
Coming as a witness in due course. Minister Shabangu is coming and...
I know that, Chairperson. I'm cross-examining this witness, not Minister Shabangu. I'm asking you whether is it possible or is it not? I'm going to ask Minister Shabangu.
Well, it is possible.
Thank
it's
you.
Also impossible.
It's also impossible?
Yes.
Is that an honest answer?
Yes, because it was impossible to get the message to me, so it means it can be impossible also on the other side.
How do you know that it was impossible to get the message to you? Who told you that?
To get the message to me, I don't have to be told by anybody whether the message got to me or not.
No.
I have to hear a person has to talk to me for me to get the message.
No, but you are giving us the reason, not the fact that it didn't get to you. You're saying it didn't get to you because it was impossible.
It's
Who
the-
told you that?
No, it's a fact. It didn't get to me. Whatever happened, it ended up not getting to me.
Yeah, but that does not mean it was
And
impossible.
those are semantics, actually.
Out of language, Mr. Mpofu is right. It may well have been possible. The phone lines weren't down. The cell phones were working. It may have been possible, but you say as a fact it didn't happen. It may have been possible. They could have possibly tried to get through to you.
Maybe
But in
possible,
fact, you say they didn't. They didn't get through to you, and you didn't get any message of that kind. That's your evidence.
Yes.
Yeah. It was possible. It was possible for them to do it, maybe, but they didn't. That's
Yeah,
all.
it's possible, maybe.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. And equally, it's possible that Ms. Shabangu told the president to do it, correct?
To do what?
To get the Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa, to act in a
But
more pointed way.
That's the question we have asked. It's possible, maybe. It's the very same question we have just asked.
No, we were talking about you receiving a message. I think you are confusing yourself.
it's-
Moved on to the next point. The first one was whether it was physically possible for them to get through to you if they did the necessary things. The answer to that is it was physically possible, but they didn't. That's your first point. He's now moving on to the next question. He says, was it possible for Minister Shabangu to speak to the president, to ask the president to get the message through to you, you must act in a more pointed
I
way?
don't.
That's something that you can't testify about.
No, I
should
can't testify about that. I don't.
Why? Why can't you
I
testify
think
as to
you
whether
should-
it's possible for him to
I
have,
think
for her
you-
to open her mouth?
You should ask Minister Shabangu that question.
No, I'll ask Minister Shabangu whether she did, in fact, speak to the president. I'm asking you whether it was possible for her to do so. That's a different question.
Again, I take it the answer is a question of semantics, but technically,
But I
it
said-
would have been possible. She had
I
the...
said possible, maybe,
Yes, right.
but I cannot talk for the other minister who's not here.
The two legs to the question. Is it possible? Your answer is yes, possible, maybe. Did it happen? You don't know. That's the correct position, isn't it?
Yes, I don't know.
Thank you.
The next question, of course, follows from that, is did the president get hold of you and tell you to act in a more pointed way?
No.
Right.
I've answered that many times. Yeah. And you can't explain why Mr. Ramaphosa would tell that untruth.
Sorry, Mr. Let's look at the email which contains the untruth, or you say is an untruth.
289E.
Sorry?
289E of BBB4. Mail number 6.
What tab is that?
It's bundles.
It's tab 9, I
It's
think.
tab 6. It's tab 9 in the peace
No,
bundle, and it's exhibit BBB4, as you correctly say, and it's page 29. Sorry, 289E. Is that right? He is reporting in that
I know.
email, which is number 6 on that page, that he'd had a conversation with Minister Shabangu, and that he says that she said she was going to go to the cabinet. Well, we've gone to that, and that she would brief the president and get the minister to act in a more pointed way. That's whether anything happened thereafter is a matter that Mr. Ramaphosa can't tell us.
So what's your point, Chairperson? I'm asking the witness the question as to whether he agrees that it was physically possible for this to have been carried out. What's the problem?
I understood him to concede that already to be the case. After we had the semantic discussion, and you held, it turned out that you were correct in the way you phrased your question.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I'm saying, Minister, and this is a point I really want to converse with you, in fairness, that if in this, what I call the chain of political pressure, if what is said here is happened fully or partly, it would have serious implications. This is a matter where government, this is a government people, this is no longer a matter about you as a person. The president is mentioned, the cabinet is mentioned, the minister, one minister is mentioned, and you are mentioned. If those matters could be connected to the deaths of people, I'm saying those are grave matters which might have to go to the International Criminal Court. These are serious prima facie allegations. There may well be explanations, but I'm saying to you, these are grave matters that are postulated in these passages. Do you understand that?
I think the entire commission business is grave. So, it then follows that everything which is being dealt with in this commission is grave.
Yes, that is true.
I take it there would be degrees of gravity. And if it is correct, this is the hypothesis. If it, I don't know anything about the International Criminal Court, I'll say something about that in a moment.
I do.
If it's correct, I won't bow to your superior knowledge of that one. If it is correct, as is suggested, as Mr. Mpofu is suggesting may have happened, that the president took it upon himself to contact you, to say, you must use your position as Minister of Police to get the police to act in a, quote, more pointed way, which in the context presumably means to act inappropriately and do violent things they wouldn't otherwise do. That would be a very serious matter. That I take it is what Mr. Mpofu is saying, and I presume you'd have to agree with that. Am I correct?
Chair.
If that would happen.
We are agreed, but I even went further and say any other, as government, we take this, that this is serious. I understand we are saying the levels of gravity. Whatever the commission is dealing with here is grave. And this one and other matters would be grave. It's a serious commission, and this is our attitude to it.
So is your answer that whether the commission finds that, to use your expression, Joe Soap was responsible for the deaths, or whether it finds that the Minister of Police, in a situation that implicates the Deputy President currently, the President, as is mentioned here, and the Minister of Resources, it would be of equal gravity in your mind, in your imagination? Is that your answer?
I have responded to the question which have been asked in the affirmative.
No, that's not true. You said all matters are equally grave.
Sorry, I'm not sure you understand the answer. You conceded there were degrees or levels of gravity, of seriousness.
Yes.
Right. What Mr. Mpofu says to you is if Mr. Joe Soap intervened and he persuaded the police at the JOCOM to go beyond what they should have done and people died, that would obviously be a serious matter. But what he says to you is if Mr. Joe Soap wasn't involved, but the Minister of Police acted improperly by interfering, went across that separation of powers line you spoke about, and gave improper instructions to the police, which they then carried out. And if he did so on the instigation of the President, also behaved incorrectly by going beyond the lines that he should have gone. And if the President had done that because he had in turn been encouraged to do that by the Minister of Mineral Resources, that would be obviously far more serious than the Joe Soap matter. That's his point. I take it the answer to that must be yes.
Yes, that's why, Chair, I was saying these are grave matters. Because at the end of the day, if you link them to the death of people, it's grave. I answered that, and I'm answering it now to the affirmative.
No, I'm sorry, I have to ask you this again.
He's agreed with you.
No, he has not. He says all these matters are grave. Is it graver if it's the President than if it's Joe Soap, Minister?
Well, it would be graver, and
Thank
I think that would be obvious because of the station the president occupies in
Yes.
our society.
I would have thought so, but we've had to spend so much time on that obvious.
Degrees
fact.
of comparison would be grave, graver, gravest, and this would be the gravest one.
No, I'm happy to settle for graver. The next issue is did you brief the president about this Marikana issue?
Well, we got a briefing together with the president in Marikana, and this is after the tragedy, so both of us were briefed.
Did you, apart from that, brief the president over the telephone or face-to-face about this matter?
No,
No.
no.
Are you aware of any other briefing or briefings, excuse me, that the president received in respect of this matter?
I take it when we say this matter, we mean the 16th of August.
Yes, yes. We
Yes.
mean not just the 16th, the whole Marikana saga.
That's a very big question. I take it you mean presumably from the 13th onwards, 13th of
From the-
August. Sorry, the 12th, I beg your pardon, the 12th. From the 12th onwards through to the 16th and possibly the day thereafter. That time frame.
I can live with that, Chairperson, yes. Yes?
No,
Pardon?
no, not that I know of.
In the briefings where you were present, where the president was briefed, did the police concede to having made certain mistakes in the execution of the operation?
Well, I don't remember that question being asked, but the briefing which took place just before the president made his announcement about this commission.
Whenever it happened, did in any of those briefings anybody from the police concede to having made any mistakes in the course of the operation?
No.
Do you know what would have led the president to conclude that mistakes were committed or a mistake?
I wouldn't have known.
Are you aware that in the course of defending you, or let's put it like this, in the course of resisting calls for your resignation in the wake of the Marikana massacre, that the president said that a mistake had happened?
I don't recall that.
Don't recall. Okay. You can go to triple F30, 30.
Good.
Okay, the heading is Jacob Zuma says the response to Lone Min massacre shows democracy is working. Whoever wrote that obviously was not part of this commission.
We need a bit more. Yes, you're right. Sub-editors sometimes get beyond themselves. Let's see a bit more of the text apart from just the headline.
I think it's the second page, Chairperson. We'll start from Zuma rejected. I'll just read it out quickly. Zuma rejected calls for the police minister Nathi Mthethwa to quit, saying the unrest was caused by a dispute over wages. Do you agree with that part? The dispute was caused by, or rather, the unrest was caused by a dispute over wages.
Yes, I can see that part.
Thank you. No, I'm not interested in your side, Minister. I want to say, did you agree with it?
It's a matter of fact. The dispute was caused by wages.
Thank you. Okay, now...
It's further than that, the unrest was caused by a dispute over wages.
Yeah.
There was unrest. The original, very often there are many causes for events, but in this particular case there was unrest, and what set the ball rolling, what got the unrest underway was a dispute over wages.
Over wages,
That's correct.
Yes. Thank you. And then the president then is quoted as saying, now you can't say the Minister of Police is responsible for that, the start of the thing, I suppose. When the workers were striking, they had every other kind of weapon in their hands. In fact, long before the shooting, 10 people had died, including 2 policemen, 2 security policemen. Now all that is not taken into account. And then let's jump to the last. Oh, no, the next paragraph. How many people would have died if, for example, police did not disarm those people?
Did not move to disarm.
To move to disarm those people. Nobody can tell. And then this is the part that I was referring to. At the spur of the moment, a mistake happened. Now, if such a mistake happened, you throw the minister away. I don't know on what basis. Because there are facts that need to be weighed. All the other stuff is just for context. The question I'm asking you now is the mistake that happened at the spur of a moment on the basis of which your dismissal or resignation would be uncalled for. Can you assist us as Minister of Police? Because I don't think we're going to call the President.
What's the question?
What's the question?
The question is, what was the mistake? What was the
Yes, it's the same question I asked
What was the
before.
President talking about?
I already asked the question. I was just referring him to the passage.
So what is the question?
The question is, what was the mistake? The President said there was a mistake.
No,
And he says, what was the... Do you know what mistake the President had in mind when he made that statement?
Chair, I wouldn't know what the President was referring to. But I think it's in line with what I said yesterday, that most certainly something terribly went wrong there. Whatever it is, I can't point finger at now because there is a commission which is looking into that, but I can't speak for the President. I was merely saying what I think actually this means.
Okay, so the short answer is you don't know what mistake he was referring to.
Well, I've said that, and I went further to make my interpretation.
Yes. Yes, no, fair enough. You speculated. Yeah. Okay. The people who were to be contacted by Mr. Ramaphosa, or were contacted according to him, were the Minister of DMR, of Minerals Resources, Mr. Gwede Mantashe, Mr. of the ANC, Mr. Senzeni Zokwana of the NUM, and yourself indirectly, Well, firstly, did you have a conversation? Mr. Ramaphosa said to you that you were dealing with a criminal matter. He also lobbied you on the characterization, correct?
He didn't lobby me. He said what he interpreted the situation to be.
He said it was a criminal act.
Yes, he said that what is happening there cannot be characterized as an industrial action, as he knows industrial action, but there is a lot of criminal activity happening in that particular area. I may not be quoting him verbatim,
Sure.
but he said something to that sentiment.
Yeah, no, fair enough. In fact, he says himself words to that effect at 2890 of the triple B4, and I won't hold you to the exact wording, but he says, you, meaning that Roger, I suppose, Roger Phillimore, yes, you are absolutely correct in insisting that the minister and indeed all government officials need to understand that we are essentially dealing with a criminal act. I have said as much to the Minister of Safety and Security. That would be yourself, eh?
Yes.
You did not understand this, Mr. Ramaphosa. I made you to understand that you are dealing with a criminal act. Correct?
I did not understand what?
No, he says it was important that for you to understand that you are dealing with a criminal act, which would suggest that you did not.
I'm not sure the interpretation of the email is right. I'll tell you why. The background, of course, is that Minister Shabangu had said at one stage this was just a wage dispute. And that got the people in London very agitated. What he says here, he talked all about going to talk to the minister, in some of the other emails about going to talk to Minister Shabangu. Then he says, you're absolutely correct in insisting the minister and indeed all government officials need to understand we're essentially dealing with a criminal act. I've said as much to the Minister of Safety and Security. Now, if the minister referred to in the previous sentence, beginning you are absolutely correct, was the Minister of Safety and Security, then the next sentence would simply say, I've said as much to the minister, or I've said as much to him, or something of that sort. The fact that the Minister of Safety and Security is named as such in the second sentence is an indication that the minister referred to in the first sentence, is Minister Shabangu.
Yeah, but so Chairperson, that's not what I'm saying. I've said that's got nothing to do with the question. I'm saying, he's saying that he's correct in insisting that the minister, Shabangu, yes, and indeed all government officials need to understand that they are essentially dealing with a criminal act. He has said so to this minister. In other words, he has said to this minister that they need to understand that we are essentially dealing with a criminal act which the witness has considered.
Yes.
Where's the problem?
Yes. This email, of course, is sent on Wednesday, the 15th. It's 18 minutes past noon. Mr. Ramaphosa had spoken to the witness already on the Sunday night. And,
whenever.
Yeah, and said it was a criminal act, with which I do not understand the witness to say that he disagreed in any way.
No, he didn't disagree, Chairperson, but you are saying that I'm saying this minister or that minister. I didn't say anything of the sort. So, did Mr. Ramaphosa say, when he said you need to understand, or you and all government officials need to understand that you are essentially dealing with a criminal act, did that suggest that you did not understand that until he made you to understand it?
When he spoke to me, there was nothing understanding. He expressed his concern and what was happening there and how he characterized what was happening.
Yes. Now, I'm saying you don't think that there was a conflict of interest in all these communications which involved, as it were, your political colleagues?
Well, I see only one colleague of mine who's a minister of mineral resources at that time.
Is that a serious answer?
His answer, which I take it we must assume is serious.
So that's the minister I see. And when I follow up what is being said here, I don't see it much different from what was relayed to me by both Mr. Ramaphosa and Mr. Zokwana. So I don't see anything out of, line in this, because I see people expressing what they feel to government, and there's nowhere else than government where people would have to raise issues affecting the governing of the country.
Are you aware that, if you're not, I'm making you aware, that the viewpoint of the Lone Min people was that this was a matter or a situation that could not be resolved without political intervention. And which needed to be stabilized by the police or the army.
Well, it was a matter of intervention by the state anyway, because where you have actions like strikes and demonstration, state would have to be part of that. And where they say things must be dealt with, I don't know which side are they coming from, but from the side which was raised with me, which is the side of Mr. Ramaphosa in this instance, there was a need for government to intervene on criminal activities which were happening at the time.
No, I'm not, you know that I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, do you agree with them that this was a matter which could not be resolved without political intervention? Do you agree with that?
It depends. If you say this matter, which matter specifically were they referring to?
Well, which matter were you referring to now when you gave the long answer about state intervention? It's the same matter. I'm saying to you that would you agree that do you agree with their conclusion that the unrest and all those things that were happening there could not be resolved without political intervention? In other words, let me simplify it. It could not be resolved from the level of the National Commissioner downwards, because that's not political.
Well, there will always have to be people who are dealing with issues, because those people who are referring to, commissioners and them, report to their political principles. So I don't see any Chinese wall between the political principles and the officials in government. I agree that government had to be involved for the matter to be resolved. If strictly on that, I agree. Now, government is made up of political leaders and political people like ourselves.
No, Minister, really, I think you are evading the question. I'm saying to you, that same email is the one that I read to you earlier, where it says, if you can talk to the minister, please could you influence these things? So we know which political level we're talking about.
Yes.
I'm saying, would you agree with these people that this matter could not be resolved without political intervention?
Mr. Nkosi, Thomas has got her light on, And this is not the email, I think, that talks about talking to the Ministry of Safety.
It is 289B.
Yes, I've got 289B in front of me.
But it's not on screen.
No, you have D.
No, I've got B in front of me.
Oh, well, then you must read from the middle, where it says, after the word not, well, that is highlighted. It is, should not be characterize this as not an industrial relations issue, but a civil unrest, destabilization, criminal issue, and that could not be resolved without political intervention. Then jump to the bottom, where it says, if you can talk to the minister, please could you influence these things? It's the same email.
With her. So clearly it's a reference to the minister.
Yes.
It's not this minister.
Nobody said it's this witness, Chairperson. The witness was saying that the state and government and all that. I'm saying they were talking about that level of the minister. That's all I'm illustrating. I'm not saying with him. Do you understand the question now? I'm sure you don't. Let me ask you again. The political intervention that is postulated here, or the things that need to be influenced, including the number of policemen who are deployed or members. That is what was being spoken about here, the political intervention. Do you agree that the matter needed that kind of political intervention?
Yes, yes.
And in the previous email, Mr. Ramaphosa also said, I will be speaking to Gwede Mantashe, the ANC Secretary General, and suggest that the ANC should intervene. Was that also necessary? That political intervention?
Well, I'm not sure about that one. What I'm referring to here is the political intervention, particularly of people who are responsible in these areas, your ministers in particular. I'm not sure about the latter one.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm trying to say. Would you say there was room in this matter for what Mr. Ramaphosa says? He'll be speaking to the ANC Secretary General and suggest that he intervenes. How was that possibly going to resolve the situation, in your view?
I don't know.
Don't know. And the real question was, you don't think that this correspondence, which suggests that these interventions were the communicators or the players, as it were the president of NUM, Secretary General of the ANC, Minister Shabangu, yourself, and others. You don't think there was a conflict of interest due to the fact that those people belonged to a particular political party?
Well, I see people who were in one way or the other involved or part of what was going on, because there are union members there, and the Secretary General of the ANC. I think maybe Mr. Ramaphosa will have to explain. I think that he approached him because he's the Secretary General of the ruling party. That's an assumption. I don't know what was the actual.
No, fair enough. We'll ask him about that. Why is it that representatives of the state like yourself find it difficult to apologize and say they are sorry for the massacre?
Mr. Mpofu, as we are here in the commission, we are here on a fact-finding mission, and when the result comes out of that and it points to the state, I don't think that there would be anything which will make the state not to apologize when it's supposed to apologize. I don't think so.
Yes.
Because now you are prejudging the process which is on, And right now, as I understand it, everybody is put under scrutiny so that at the end of the day, you are able to get to the truth and to the bottom. I can say that there would be no qualms from the side of the state if the state has to apologize. I don't think that would be an effort.
You don't think that the rules of common decency and Ubuntu and Batupele, irrespective of what the report of the commission will say, demand from you, just as human beings who were responsible for the deaths of so many people, for justified or unjustified, is, as you correctly point out, a matter that might still be determined. But humanity, a human being doesn't rely on legalities. You don't think that you have a duty to apologize to the people of South Africa and the people who were affected by the killings at the hands of the police?
Well, yes, I agree with you that
so are you prepared to do it?
Remorse has to be shown, and to express that, especially on those people who died. And at any time, I don't think that we would have a problem with that, because one life is one too many. Just to remind you that the Interministerial Committee went to Marikana and apologized on what happened, and that happened actually. Ministers apologized. But if it has to be said again, because as we said, it's not something which is supposed to happen under our democratic dispensation. It won't be a difficult thing to do, because we said we are apologizing for the loss of life of people there, and at the same time we give the commission an opportunity, but we did not wait for the commission. All what I'm saying to you is that taking it from there, that immediately it didn't have to wait for 2 years for us to come here and apologize. We did apologize as government ministers in the ministerial committee.
Well, are you prepared to repeat that apology here and now?
It's not, let me repeat what we said.
No.
We, as government of the Republic of South Africa, are pained with what happened, and we apologize to the lives which were affected by this, because it was not supposed to happen. So for us, that we know that it's not going to, heal people immediately, as it were, but we are remorseful of what happened. It, as I said, it should never happen. And we hope and believe that through this process, this will never happen again.
If they, well, okay, you don't want to just give a straightforward apology.
How?
Yeah, you can just say it, Minister. We are sorry that the people
No,
that
I
we
am
killed
saying,
people.
No, don't be sensational. Chair.
No, listen
I
here,
think-
Minister. You are just a witness when you're sitting there. This is not
Let's have some order here. Let's have
a
some
cabinet
order here.
meeting.
Let's not have everybody talking at once.
Yeah.
Everybody keep quiet, please, for a moment. Right. Now, you wanted to say something, Minister.
No, I wanted to say, Chair, if it was not heard, I have said that as government we are pained with what happened, and we apologize, saying it for the second time. We apologize for what happened and the lives of people who were affected by this. And we know that we are not going to heal them immediately, but we are sorry with what
That's
happened
better.
on that particular week.
Thank you. Those are the words I was looking for. We are sorry. Now, it would be correct in that vein that if anybody falling under your department misrepresented the position of government, let's say the national commissioner or the provincial commissioner, I'll make a wild example. If they said, look, the South African police is only going to serve black people, something which is outrageous. If they misrepresented, you would have a duty as the political head to repudiate that, correct?
If people transgress the laws of the country and that governs different portfolios like the police, would be faced with the necessary measures.
No, sorry, maybe it's my fault. I'm saying if somebody said something in public which did not represent the views of SAPS, you would have a duty as the political head to repudiate somebody making the kind of outrageous statement like the example I made.
Well, you'll have to go through each thing which is said.
No, okay.
Technical question at the moment. There's something wildly outrageous he said. Assuming the National Commission, the example he gave, I think, was if the National Commission says, look here, the South African Police Service is only here to look after blacks. If blacks suffer from crimes, we'll deal with it. If whites suffer from crimes, we're not going to deal with it. That's our approach. Now, that would be an outrageous statement. It would never be made. But if it were made, Mr. Mpofu says, it would then be your duty as the political head of the police to say, well, that's what the National Commissioner said. I want to make it clear to everybody that that's not government policy, that's not the approach to the SAPS. The answer to that must be yes, I think.
Well, it's yes, Chair. I was saying that we will regard processes, because if somebody is accused of doing something, you would have to go through processes so that you come to the conclusion of them.
Yes, but before all those processes might take years. You would stand up and say, as a Minister of Police, this racist statement made on behalf of SAPS, I'm repudiating it. You wouldn't wait for the so-called processes to unfold over years and appeals. And
if it was clear the statement was made,
yes,
and the terms of it were, as Mr. Mpofu put them and as I repeated them, if that was clear, you obviously wouldn't hesitate. You'd immediately say, well, that's nonsense. That's not what we say. That's not government policy. And I don't know whether you'd go further and say, I repudiate the statement, but you'd put it very strongly, wouldn't you? You would, wouldn't you?
Yes, well, government does that all the time when it's misrepresented. It does that.
Thank you. Now, if you go, why then did you not, you've just said now that government is sorry or has apologized. If you go to FF27, what was out there was those chilling words, we are not sorry. And nobody took any steps to repudiate that, at least not until months later. Do you think that is proper? What I'm saying is, if there were statements like this which were made or alleged to be made, which go exactly contrary to what you have just said here, do you expect the victims to accept your apology willy-nilly? Wouldn't it have been better to first repudiate this?
There are things. Sorry.
No, sorry, let him answer. Sorry.
I'm responding.
This is an article that appeared in the Sowetan. Yes, Mrs. Min.
Chair, it would be fair to say to the
I was
witness.
just going to say what you say would be fair to say. This is an article that appeared in the Sowetan with this headline, and it was alleged that National Commissioner Fiega had said that we're not sorry.
Chairperson,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can I please ask that the witness ask himself without any assistance? Answers the question.
I wasn't proposing to assist you, I'm just giving him the context. This statement appeared in the Sowetan. Banner headline, allegation that the National Commissioner said that. That's the background against which the question has to be considered.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, no, then I apologize, Chairperson.
Mrs. Menya?
Chair, also, the evidence of the National Commissioner on that very headline is on record. It is fair that the witness must be told what her account is of that
Yes,
statement.
okay, there are 2 points. One is she denies that she said it. She said that in the commission. And secondly, she admitted, though, that she never, as I understood it, did anything to correct it, didn't contact the Sowetan at the time, so I was misquoted. And there was a whole debate about that.
Yes, yes, Chairperson, yeah, that's what I meant. I apologize for the remark of assisting the witness. That should be more attributed to Mr. Semenya. I'm saying, Chairperson.
No, do me a favor. Don't fight with him. The fact
because
is,
I'm not.
Sorry, shh, quiet. The fact is, I gave the full context to the witness. It's the first part read with the third part that are relevant for your question.
Yes.
But in fairness, the second part is part of the context. But you've gotten the material that you want for the question. Just ask it without getting involved in unnecessary dogfights with your learned friends.
Thank you, Chairperson. No, what I'm saying, Minister, that's why I used the words advisedly, the words until a few months later. I was using those words advisedly. Actually, it's something like 6 months. No, let me finish. What I was intending to convey with those words was the fact that 6 months or 7 months later, the Commissioner of Police, when she was being questioned here, when I put this same article to her, gave an account which I'm going to argue later should not be believed, that she had not made those remarks, at which, as the chairperson correctly points out, I then reposed by saying that for such a serious statement, she would have taken some steps to repudiate them. So that's the background. That's quite correct. The point that I'm making to you a completely different point. I'm not accusing you of making a statement or anything like that. I'm simply saying, if a statement like that was made and unrepudiated for so many months, don't you think that that would affect the weight or the credibility of the apology that you have just given now? Because that goes exactly, is the exact opposite of what was left unchecked for 6 months or so in the public domain.
Professor, that's an incomplete question, because the witness also said that the apology he repeated now had been made by the Interministerial Committee at the time.
Well,
but it doesn't necessarily detract from the thrust of your question, but it is a relevant factor. The fact of the matter is, as far as we understand, nothing was done to correct this situation. Nothing was done to repudiate this alleged statement made by the National Commissioner. And Mr. Mpofu's point is, would you then accept, that being so, there'd be a certain degree of reluctance on the part of the people to whom the apology was addressed to accept the apology in the light of this history? That's your question, Mr. Mpofu.
Yes, sorry, Minister, I don't want to bombard you, but so that you give one answer. Even more so, if what the chairperson is saying is correct, or rather, if what you are saying is correct, that there was an earlier apology, because then it would have meant the National Commissioner is actually going against an official apology from government. I don't believe there was such an apology, but put that aside. It would have even been more so, because now she would be going against a government decision and an apology that has already been given by the Interministerial Committee. That would make the matter graver.
Mr. Mpofu's time is up. In fact, it was up a few minutes ago, but I let him go on to finish this point because it's obviously a very important point for him and his clients. What is your answer?
Okay. No, Minister Mapisa Ngagula, in the aftermath of the tragedy which happened in Marikana, publicly stated on behalf of government our apology as government. And check your record on that. I won't come here to this commission and say something which is not true.
Okay.
On this matter, as the Minister of Police, in fact, it's not this matter only. There are two matters which were alluded to, have been said by the National Commissioner. She said that she never said this thing, that she is not sorry. That's what she relayed to me. And from there, it was the matter of getting the media and correcting what she said, which doesn't represent what she was saying. So she said that to me. There was no need, therefore, to repudiate. There was a need for the correction of what would have been out there. I take the point of the chair that it only happened when the National Commissioner was here, but that is what was said. She never said this thing.
I don't think we understand each other. Let me do it like this. For the sake of this question, let's accept two things and get them out of the way. Let's say...
Mr. Poppe, your time is up, but I'll give you a chance to finish off the point you're making. It's obviously an important one for you.
No, Chairperson, really, you know,
Mr.
my time is
really,
up because it has been taken up by all this intervention. I'd like to...
No. Finish off this question. That's the end of your time.
Chairperson, with the greatest respect, I have another important matter to put to this witness, which, if it's not put now, I'm going to have to apply for him to be recalled, because these are crucial matters for my witnesses, Chairperson, or rather for my clients. Remember, my clients were cross-examined for weeks, so it's not fair on them that we can't put some of the material to this witness. I do accept the questions of the time pressures that have come into the commission. We've all accepted them, but...
A question to the witness now, and we'll take tea, and I'll think about the point you've raised now.
Okay. The problem with well, there are two problems. Maybe let me roll it into one because of the time pressures. The one problem about the statement having remained in the public domain unrepudiated for many months, we've already dealt with. But the other issue is that which makes your apology not credible, is that the same National Commissioner who said we are not sorry also said that what happened in Marikana represented the best of responsible policing and thanked the police for what they did. And you also did the same. You also thanked them and told them that all the things that Mr. Tsabeza said, that they did the right thing because people would be running amok and making this a banana republic and all that. That is not consistent with true remorse. Both this statement, that this thing represents the best of responsible policing, which is outrageous, and the fact that these people were thanked for what they did by you and the National Commissioner. What do you say to that? If you were in their shoes, would you understand them taking your apology with a pinch of salt?
Well, I don't agree with the sentiment you are making. But whether the people concerned would accept or not, we will respect what they say. But we have said what we needed to say, as I repeated it now here.
Very well, we'll take the tea, gentlemen. I'd like to see the counsel for AMCU and the Human Rights Commission and Lonman, and the evidence leaders and you, Mr. Mpofu, during the tea break.
Thank you, Chairperson.
The Commission resumes. The position is that the municipality has very kindly agreed that we can continue in this chamber until 4:30. I've agreed to give Mr. Mpofu an extra 10 minutes, but it must be understood that there's an automatic guillotine that's going to operate at 4:30, and those who don't get out of the way in time will have their heads chopped off. The witness is still bound. I have to remind you, Minister, you're still bound by your affirmation. Mr. Mpofu, use your 10 minutes as economically as you can.
Thank you, Chairperson. Minister, I'm just going to ask you sometimes very compounded questions because of time, just so that I cover all the material. And I've decided that I'm not going to play the video. I'll hopefully rely on your memory for the video that was played this morning, particularly with particular reference to your speech made in that video. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Okay. Firstly, before we get to the video, you already said to me that it would be unlawful for the provincial commissioner, let's just go direct, to take into account political considerations in the execution of her duties, correct?
Yes.
And the evidence, I will paraphrase, the evidence is that she took into account not only the so-called political pressure that you and I have discussed at length, but also she took into account issues to do with whether or not AMCU would gain an upper hand. She took into account the questions as to whether or not Mr. Malema would provide a solution which had to be stopped. In other words, the solution, he had to be prevented, that's Mr. Malema, from providing the solution as he did at Impala. He took into account the fact that Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa was the person who was chairing Mr. Malema's disciplinary hearing in the ANC, all of those being political considerations. And she said that hence, in other words, because of those considerations, and I'm paraphrasing, we had to kill this matter. In other words, they had to deal with it very quickly, and it had to be done at a particular time. And sorry, this is the compounded part. One of the things I'm going to argue is that had it not been for those considerations, the operation, even if it was still going to be carried, might have been done on the 18th or 19th or 20th, and it would have had different consequences, and maybe the deaths could have been avoided. So the timing, which is the 16th, and the rush was directly influenced by the political considerations, and therefore the deaths of the 34 people were directly influenced by the rush. If indeed she took those matters into considerations, would you agree that that is unlawful, actionable, and a matter for which she ought to be charged, and all those who played a role in that? Sorry, I know it's a long question.
I understand, Minister, the question is based essentially on the transcript, which is behind tab 10 in the file you got. Transcript of the conversation between the Provincial Commissioner and representatives of Lonman on Tuesday afternoon, the 14th of August. It's Exhibit J 192, and the passages in particular on which Mr. Mpofu relies are on page 10.
Yes, Chaps. Thank you, Chaps. You get the gist?
Having put all that, just put the question crisply to the witness.
I'll just put the tail end, which is that if all that is accepted as having occurred, would you agree that that conduct would be against the law and actionable in various forums, whether it's...
I know you need to ask him what the law is. I think he's not a legal expert.
No, I'm not telling him.
But the real question is whether it would have been inappropriate, I think you would say entirely inappropriate, for the Provincial Commissioner to have taken those factors into account. Is that a fair summary of your point?
I would go slightly further, Chairperson. In other words, he has given us what he calls the legal framework, that it would be in breach of that legal framework.
I'm prepared to say, Chair, it would be improper, and accordingly, action would be
Called for.
well, yeah, would be equal to that whatever which would have been found. But it's improper, especially because of what we said earlier on, that our understanding is that members of SAPS execute their jobs professionally as
Yes.
people are supposed to do that.
Yes, no, thanks, I accept that. And if further than that, it could be shown to be causally connected to the deaths of the 34 people, then it would be, the action would have to be quite severe, might even include criminal action. Yes, no?
Well,
Legal question, whether it
It is a leading question.
It's a legal question. I say.
Oh.
You can ask leading questions, you cross-examine. It's a legal question.
No, okay.
You say it would involve criminal action, it would involve, that means you're contending that it would be a crime on her part to do those things.
If it was linked to deaths,
Yes, I understand. And I'm not sure the minister is in a position to answer what the law is on the point. But,
Well, he's told us so many times about what's criminal and what's not.
No. Chair, I think if permissible, I would want to be advised on that than just answering the question, because that's all I would want to say.
Well,
if it led to the deaths of the people, or might well have led to the deaths of people who wouldn't otherwise have died, that would be very, very serious.
Well, Chair,
Criminally.
as the question was asked, I did say that that would be improper. That would be against the law, and whatever would be taken would be according to what has been committed and proven to be committed.
Yes.
So I think that I would be prepared to say that.
yes, no, I'm happy with that, Chairperson. Thank you. Then, in the video, you've got the transcript.
Transcript has been prepared of the video. I think we must put it in now.
Yes.
It'll be quadruple C8 one.
No, we called it 7.2, Chairperson.
All right.
Remember, the video
Okay,
is
we'll
7.
make the other one 7.1.
7.1
This will be
is the video.
7.2, transcript of minister's speech. Is that?
Yes, that's correct, Chairperson. Now, you said when you were thanking these people and telling them about Banana Republics, you said that as your minister and on behalf of the government, the executive as a whole, on behalf of the President of the Republic, Commander-in-Chief of all armed forces in this country, we are all behind you. Well, I have a few things to ask about that. Firstly, these armed forces you are referring to include SAPS, correct?
Yes.
And also when you said on the next page, it would be painful that in the process of life that is lost, but you are a professional force and you must keep to that. You were also referring to SAPS.
Yes.
Is SAPS a force?
Yes.
An armed force?
It is an armed force. It is an armed force. It's South African Police Service.
No, I know, but you know that there's a whole debate about demilitarization, which I'm not going to get into. But I'm saying if no less than the minister refers to SAPS as a force, do you expect the foot soldiers to act differently other than being trigger happy?
Well, you would from time to time use that word to emphasize the point, but it doesn't mean that we have changed SAPS as SAPS and it's and the prescripts which govern SAPS. Because in the statement you are referring to, underpinning this statement is the emphasis on the rule of law and acting professionally.
Okay, and did you have the blessings, or maybe to put it properly, the mandate of the government, the executive as a whole, and the President of the Republic, Commander-in-Chief of all armed forces, to say the things you said? Because you said everything you said on their behalf.
Well, the responsibility we are given on behalf of government.
Yes, and
Yes.
in any event, yeah, so, and none of those people that you thanked the people about and talked about anarchists and running amok and so on, none of them ever repudiated that you were not speaking for them, correct?
When I speak on behalf of government as the person responsible for this particular portfolio. So I see nothing wrong there.
No, that's not my question. Obviously, you see nothing wrong. If you saw something wrong, you wouldn't have said it. I'm saying to you, did any of those people, the president, the government and the executive as a whole, the commander-in-chief of all armed forces, ever repudiate your statement and say you were not speaking on their behalf?
Well, as far as I could remember, my statement was made and directed to members of SAPS. I don't remember members of the media there or the public. I don't know whether any other person other than people here would have known or seen the statement.
Okay, finally, Minister, and just to round off, there's at least one thing I must put to you in fairness, which is that I'm going to argue at the end that due to your involvement in what I called the chain of political pressure, which we will argue was causally connected to the fact that the massacre occurred at a particular time or on a particular date at the least. And due to the role you played in that, which resulted in the deaths of 34 people and the injury of about 80 or more, that you, together with other people that we have listed, should be charged with the murder of those people for whatever role you might have played in the events that led to their deaths and injuries. And we have you on the list of accused as accused number 2.
Want to comment to that?
Well, it's his views, but I think it's a wrong one.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mthethwa.
I didn't get the last
It's your view, and it's a wrong view.
I think that's where we leave it. Thank you, Mr. Mthethwa. Now we move on to AMCU.
Yes, thank you,
Ms.
Chair.
Barnes.
Good afternoon, Minister. As the Chair has indicated, I'm over here. I represent AMCU in this commission. Minister, I'm only really going to deal with one topic with you this afternoon. I am going to refer to quite a few documents, if we could move through them as quickly as possible so that we finish within the allotted time. The first document I need to refer you to is your supplementary statement, which is quadruple C1, page 21, paragraph 80.
Yes.
Do you have it in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Perhaps we can start. Now, in this paragraph, you refer to a minute of a JOCCOM meeting that was held at 1:30 on the 16th of August 2012, and you quote the following from that minute. You say, the Provincial Commissioner indicated that she had already communicated with the National Commissioner informing her of the current situation and that a deadlock was reached with negotiations, and also that Phase 3 of the operational plan will be executed. And this is the important part. Again, you're still quoting the minute. She also indicated that the National Commissioner indicated that she will inform the Minister of Police on the current situation and the actions that will be taken. Now, of course, you don't know what happened in that meeting because you weren't there, but what you have said is that the National Commissioner did not inform you of the actions that were going to be taken on the 16th of August 2012, correct?
Correct.
And you in fact say so in your statement. You say, I can confirm, I think it's at the top of the next page, page 22, I can confirm that I at no stage was informed of the decision to execute stage 3 of the operational plan. This is not the sort of detail that I would engage in given its operational nature. Now, do you stand by that, Minister?
Correct.
You're quite sure about that?
Yes.
What's interesting, Minister, is what the National Commissioner has said about this, both in her statements and in her evidence before this Commission, and I'd like us to look at that. Now, the National Commissioner has submitted a series of statements before the Commission. We're going to look at 2 of them. The first one is Exhibit FFF2. We're also going to look at FFF3, but if we could start at FFF2. It was one of the documents that you were given notice that AMCU was going to rely on. If we could go to page, we must perhaps just check that this is the correct FFF2, since there has been some confusion about this in these proceedings. So FFF2 should be a document that is commissioned and signed on the 7th of March 2013.
Chairperson, that document is chapter 16 of the exhibit.
Then unfortunately, Chair, we have a problem. I can refer the Commission to the part of the transcript where it was indicated precisely what FFF2 and FFF3 are. This is not the correct FFF2.
Do that quickly. The point doesn't involve a lengthy passage. You can just read it to the witness.
If we could go to page 7 of this document, please. If we can go to the bottom of the page, please. The difficulty, Chair, is that this is not the correct FFF2, and this is it's going to be problematic for me in my cross-examination if I do not have the correct FFF2 up on the screen.
This exhibit is dated the 12th of March, and you're referring to the 7th of March statement,
Yes.
aren't you? Yes. And I think there's a difference.
Yes, but
Yes.
there's the simplest way to do this, Chair, is to copy the correct FFF2 and the correct FFF3 and give them to the witness.
Let's solve the problem this way. Let you stop your cross-examination now. We'll get Mr. Roux to do her cross-examination with the Human Rights Commission. While that's being done, Mr. Matthew Shaskerson. So is it being put up? Maybe it's being handed up now. If it isn't, problem will be solved. You may be able to carry on with your cross-examination. Otherwise, Mr. Shaskerson can transfer the correct one to a memory stick and can be taken to the operator. But it sounds as if that's not going to be necessary.
But I would prefer to sort it out properly, otherwise it is going to simply wreak havoc with my cross-examination.
Well, there's
yes,
two ways
so
of
let's
solving
see.
it. If the memory stick, whatever it is that's been handed to the operator now, is what we think it is, then you can carry on. But let's just see. Otherwise, Mr. LaRue will have to take over. Mr. Shaskerson will have to do his magic with a magic stick, with a memory stick. Paragraph do you want?
I want page 7. This is again 12. That's the same document. I think it might be best, Chair, if Ms. LaRue takes over, given the time constraints, and I sort this out.
All right.
And then resume when I have
Let's do
the
that.
correct document.
Mr. LaRue, are you ready? Are you
Yes, Chair.
on the horse? Have your spurs on your boots? You ready to carry on?
Yes, Chair, that's fine. Good afternoon, Minister. I represent the South African Human Rights Commission in these proceedings, and I have 2 topics that I need to canvass with you. Chair, I've taken the liberty of marking the exhibits. I'll give you the full descriptions later, but as long as Ms. Pillay can confirm for me that the last exhibit marked was quadruple C7, then my timings should be right.
It's quadruple C71 and 72.
Right.
So you're 8.
So then, Chair, I've taken the liberty of marking what I'm going to do, and then I'll sort it out with you when we adjourn. Minister, I'd like to start in your supplementary statement, which is triple C1. Again, for time constraints, I'm going to summarize this. Am I correct that I understand your evidence as follows, that page 3, paragraph 3 of your supplementary statement, you explain how you as the political head are distanced from operational responsibilities, such as those held by the National Commissioner. Page 4, paragraph 7 until paragraph 24, you set out what you describe as your political oversight framework that you describe as being set up to ensure structural and operational autonomy for the SAPs from your ministry. Page 6, paragraph 16, you say that this entire constitutional scheme is designed to imbue SAPs with sufficient structural and operational autonomy so as to shield it from undue political influence through institutional and legal mechanisms. And then over the page 7, paragraph 21, you set out the various safeguards that are aimed at preventing political interference by providing structural and operational autonomy. So am I summarizing your evidence correctly to say that you see your role as to provide political oversight, and that from the National Commissioner down are the individuals responsible for what you call structural and operational autonomy of the South African Police Service?
Yes.
You then, in your evidence in chief, used the phrase where you said that operational details were not part of your area. So again, I just want to confirm, and you've said it repeatedly throughout your evidence, you do not see your responsibilities including the operational details. That is for the members of the South African Police Service, correct?
Yes.
Now, are you aware that the SAPs have engaged Mr. Kees de Rover, who is an expert on the use of force in policing, to give expert evidence to the Commission? Are you aware of his appointment and brief?
No.
So you haven't played any role in his brief, in his appointment. You don't know that there's a man called Mr. de Rover who is a SAPS policing expert before this Commission?
No.
Well, I'm interested in your view on something that Mr. de Rover has provided to the Commission. The fact that you haven't previously been aware of his role is immaterial for that purpose. So, Chair, if we were to use what will be marked as quadruple C 8.1, that is a letter from my attorneys, Kells, to the SAPs on the 30th of May 2014. It's headed Interrogatories to Mr. de Rover. And if you turn to the last page of that document, there you'll see an interrogatory number 10. Chair, I'm going to read it into the record so that we can keep moving. So, Minister, interrogatory 10 was posed to the SAPS expert, where it was asked of him, does Mr. de Rover accept that it's a fundamental principle of law enforcement in democracies that operational policing decisions should be taken by operational police based on the situation on the ground and free from the interferences of political authorities? If Mr. de Rover agrees, please can he set out the reason for this principle? Now, Minister, as I understand your evidence, you would agree with that interrogatory, that it's a fundamental principle of law enforcement in democracies to have a separation between operational policing decisions taken by operational police based on the situation on the ground, free from interference from any political authorities. As I understand your evidence, you would agree with that proposition, correct?
Yes.
And to put that a little more crisply, as the Minister of Police, you did not see it as your role to involve yourself in the operational policing decisions at Marikana or to seek to influence any action taken by the operational leadership of the operation at Marikana, correct?
Yes.
Chair, if we then turn to what would be marked as quadruple C 8.2, this is Mr. de Rover's response to Kells This is dated the 12th of June 2014, and if we turn to the last page of that document, there Mr. Derova sets out his answer, which seems to contradict the Minister's evidence, and I'd like the Minister's comment on Mr. Derova's answer, because there Mr. Derova states, with respect to the question of whether political interference in operational policing is undesirable, he says, I make reference to the preamble of the South African Police Service Act of 1995, which states in its preamble, quote, whereas Section 214 of the Constitution requires legislation to provide for the establishment and regulation of a South African police service, which shall be structured at both national and provincial levels and shall function under the direction of the national government as well as the various provincial governments. Mr. Derova then says, I cannot agree with Kels's assertion that operational policing should be free from political interference, particularly not when we consider a situation like Marikana, where the implications of an ongoing strike impact on the platinum industry, on labour relations, on unions and their members, on public order, on the South African economy, on South Africa's society at large. It would be the absence of political interference that would greatly concern me in a case like that. Minister, do you agree or disagree with the view that Mr. Derova expresses there? Because it seems to us to be contradicted by your evidence on this point.
Chair, again, it is important to highlight that the word political interference in his response is in quotes. So he uses it in a specialized way, not in the ordinary way.
Yes, Chair. Obviously, this is something we'd need to canvass when Mr. Derova comes to testify, but the Kel's question was, which is being quoted, is, does Mr. Derova accept that it is a fundamental principle of law enforcement in democracies?
No quotes in the question.
Yes, but he seems to be referencing the question which said it should be free from the interferences of political authorities. He seems to be summarizing that in the quote, political interference. Now, obviously, I must just make clear to the Minister, we don't mean, interference means what it needs to mean. It doesn't mean political awareness, political intervention, political engagement. It means political interference in the operational policing decisions, and that's what I understand the Minister's evidence to have been, that there shouldn't be political interference in operational policing. Minister, could you confirm that that is your position?
Yes. I confirm.
Minister, what concerns us is that Mr. Derova's response seems to indicate that he seems to have some knowledge that there was some political interference, because he lists all the different aspects of the political consequences and context to Marikana in his answer. You don't have any knowledge as to what Mr. Derova may have in mind when he lists all those different aspects in his answer, do you?
I don't even know those aspects.
Right, so you can't assist the Commission on what Mr. Derova has as the basis for his statements?
Yes, I can't.
Then, Minister, I can move on to my second topic, which is where I'd like to explore a series of propositions with you about ensuring accountability in an organization. So I'd like you to understand that all of my questions relate to your time when you were the Minister as the political authority or principal of the SAPS, and that they relate to the SAPS as an organization. So my questions don't relate to whether there will be consequences for the SAPS out of this commission process, out of any civil claims that may follow and be pursued through the courts, or out of any criminal prosecutions that may follow. My questions also do not relate to anything IPID does. So given those parameters, I'm only asking you about when you were the political authority for the SAPS as an organization, distinct from commission, IPID, civil claim, or criminal prosecution. So, Minister, do you understand the ambit of what I'd like to focus on?
I think I'm following you.
Thank you. And if anything's unclear, please just ask me and I'll clarify. So, looking at the SAPS as an organization and your role as its political principal, will you agree with me that it's an objective of the SAPS to continually raise standards and meet best practice in policing?
Correct.
Would you agree with me that one of the key mechanisms for raising standards is to ensure that there's accountability when existing standards are not met?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that ensuring accountability in an organization requires strong leadership?
Yes.
And that if the leadership of an organization doesn't demand accountability and transparency when standards are not met, it's unlikely that there will actually be any accountability when standards are not met.
Yes.
Chair, if I could then turn to a document that we'll mark in due course as quadruple C9. This is a document, it's a Mail and Guardian article dated the 25th of August 2012. It has the headline, Marikana Mthethwa receives preliminary report on assault allegations. And Minister, in this article, it's reported that you were provided with a preliminary report on allegations of assault by SAPS members on those individuals who were detained and held after Marikana on the 16th of August. Now, at the time, Minister, you've had an opportunity to read this report, I understand, because we provided your legal team with these documents yesterday. You've had an opportunity to read this article, correct?
Yeah, I think I saw it.
Yes. And in this article, so as I understand the context of this article, it reports that you were given a preliminary report on the allegations of assault by SAPS members on detainees. And so that obviously means you didn't yet have any final conclusions as to whether there was any truth to those allegations. That's correct.
Yes.
And in the article, you're quoted as saying, any police officer who conducts him or herself in a manner that is not in line with constitutional principles should face the full might of the law, and I encourage IPID to investigate these allegations without fear or favor. So in that statement, you're obviously not prejudging anything that IPID will do, but you make a clear statement to the members of SAPS that any breaches of the standards you expect of them would not be tolerated, and you make clear to them and to the SAPS leadership that cooperation with IPID would be essential. Do you agree that that's what you were trying to convey by making such a strong statement?
Yes.
And as the political principle of SAPS, that's obviously the kind of statement that was important to make because it sets the tone as to how SAPS would deal with any allegations of misconduct by its members, correct?
Yes.
Now, I've put that article to you and the very clear statement that you made there that there would be consequences for members who misconducted themselves because it stands in very marked contrast to the public statements made by the SAPS about killing 34 people on the 16th of August. Because my colleagues have canvassed some statements with you. We have tried to find any similar public statement by you or any other member of SAPS leadership, whether the national commissioner or the provincial commissioner, where you say to the members of SAPS that if any member is found to have misconducted themselves or somehow acted not in line with their constitutional obligations, that they would face the full might of the law for what happened on the 16th of August. Have you made any such statement?
No statement has been made in relation to this particular matter, especially after the start of the work of the commission. No.
And you're not aware of any other member of SAPS leadership, whether a commissioner or any high-ranking officer, making a similar statement to members that if it turns out that the member had misconducted themselves, that they would face very serious consequences? You don't know of anyone else making that statement?
Not that I recall of.
Now, I'm also correct, though, that in your evidence in chief, you accepted the possibility, under cross-examination, am I correct that you accepted the possibility that if police members were found to have used firearms without justification, they would be guilty of a criminal act because that was outside the bounds of law, and you would, am I correct that you would then expect the full might of the law to hold that SAPS officer responsible?
Well, the law has to be adhered to by everybody.
Including the
So
police?
I would, yes, including the police. I'll be affirming what you're saying.
Now, a phrase that you've used repeatedly in your evidence over the last 2 days is that something terribly wrong took place there. And if I could, Chair, give you a record reference, but I don't think we need to go there. Mr. White's statement, that is the policing expert retained by the South African Human Rights Commission, in his final statement, Exhibit JJ 178, page 27, section 4.2, and particularly paragraph 4.2.1, Mr. White says there that what happened on the 16th of August was a failure of public order policing. And he says that, quite clearly, as you have said, something went terribly wrong at Marikana. Would you accept, and let me be clear, I'm not saying that the SAPS could potentially be found to bear sole responsibility for something going terribly wrong. Perhaps there are other parties that can be held responsible for things going terribly wrong. But you'll agree with me that there's a possibility that at least the SAPS would be a party responsible for things going terribly wrong at Marikana. That's a possibility that will be explored.
Maybe before I answer your question, if you say SAPS and possibly other parties, what are you referring to? Just for my clarity.
Minister, it could be the protesters at the Kopi, it could be third parties such as trade unions or landmen.
Okay.
So when you say something went terribly wrong, there may be other parties that may have played some role, but you accept that the SAPS would be one party that could possibly have played a role in things going terribly wrong.
Even though I'm speculating or you're asking me to speculate now, but anything is possible here. I'm sure we'll be able to unearth the exact happenings through this commission.
And where it was a policing operation, and we know that it's undisputed that it was police members who killed 34 people and injured more than 70 others, you would agree with me that it would be the responsibility of the leadership of that police service to ensure that three things happen. The first is that what went wrong as an organization, so leave aside any other parties that may be responsible. SAPS itself should look at if anything went wrong by the police. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And you would agree that that investigation should be something other than what IPID do or whether there any subsequent litigation. You would agree that it's something different to what IPID does, different to what the criminal justice system or any high court claim for civil compensation would look at.
Well, look, I'm tempted to say we'll cross that bridge when we come there, but at the same time, I'm sure we would want to employ all possible means to get to the bottom, including implementing the laws of the land, amongst others, which has IPID as having a role of oversight over police action.
Now, Ministers, I understand your position. To some extent, your position is that you are waiting for the outcome of this commission. And obviously, I understand now your portfolio has changed. But when you were Minister responsible for the SAPS, you were waiting for this commission to make its findings before you took any internal steps. Is that a correct statement of your position?
Yes.
When it became clear to you that the commission would not finish its work within 4 months, did you consider doing something internally within SAPS in the interim to get to the bottom of whether the police had done anything that contributed to the death of 34 people and injury of more than 70 others?
In other words, a parallel process.
Yes, because as I
No.
understand it, you've said you want the commission outcome. My question to you is, when it became clear to you that the commission would not be able to finish its work in 4 months, did you not consider trying to do something in parallel, in the interim, so that you could learn from any mistakes that the SAPs made at Marikana?
No.
It's been covered with you today as well, and I just want to be clear. You would accept that any investigation that the SAPs undertook, whether in parallel to this commission or when it's completed, would have to be done with an open mind to the possibility that it was some of the police that acted unlawfully or without justification.
Well, anything is possible under this process, Chair. And I think the approach would be that we approach this matter in that open and transparent way, yes.
Now, Minister, several statements were canvassed with you, both by yourself as well as that of the National Commissioner. And if I can briefly just refer to the statement by the National Commissioner, which is Exhibit WW6 on the 20th of August 2012, where she said that whatever happened, quote, represents the best of responsible policing. And then Brigadier Karlitz, at a briefing on the 18th of August, J 81 said, quote, we did nothing wrong. From the planning to execution was 110%. Are you familiar with those two statements? That Brigadier Karlitz said, we did nothing wrong. From the planning to execution was 110%. He was the operational commander on the day. And the National Commissioner saying that Marikana represents the best of responsible policing. Are you aware of those statements?
I've heard about that, yes.
Okay. Would you consider those two statements to be consistent with the responsibility of police leadership to be accountable and to try to encourage members to be, or to set the tone in an organization that members will be held accountable to the full extent of the law if they are found to have misconducted themselves? Do you think those statements leave open the possibility that police members acted unlawfully?
Well, to me, really, it's immaterial, the statements which are made, either by the National Commissioner or, as you say, others. What matters is the testing of those views and those statements they are making or we are making by this process and get to the bottom of it. So for me, that would be my take.
But Minister, do you accept that there's an inconsistency between, you agreed with me earlier that it would be important for leadership to make a strong statement, like you did when the allegations of assaults came out against detainees, that it would be important for leadership to be shown to make a strong statement saying that any member who has misconducted themselves will face consequences? You agreed with that proposition, yet we seem to have a series of statements, and this is two of them, we've canvassed others today, where SAP's leadership don't seem to entertain the possibility that police members should be held responsible for any misconduct. It seems to be a blanket endorsement of the operation, rather than anyone saying, most of you did a fine job, but if any of you were found to have acted outside the law, you will be held responsible.
The people you have quoted, firstly, you started by somebody who was on the ground talking about planning, which I consider as a very operational matter, that if somebody makes an assertion that everything was, as you say, 110% in place on the planning front, that would have to be tested. Now, if I contradict that, I must be able to say to you, based on what expertise do I have on the issue of planning, particularly for an operation like that one we are referring to.
Now, Minister, I think we've missed each other. You agreed with me earlier that it was important for clear leadership to make a strong statement saying if any member has acted unjustifiably, they will be held responsible.
Yes.
Instead, we've had blanket statements of endorsement that don't have the possibility in them that members acted unlawfully.
Right.
I'm asking you whether you accept that inconsistency.
Well, yes. As I said, there hasn't been any such thing since the start of the commission. There hasn't been such a statement, yes.
And Chair, I'm conscious of the time, so I'm going to put two statements together because, Minister, we found two statements by yourself that are similarly a blanket endorsement without any possibility that SAPS members acted unlawfully. Those will be quadruple C 10 and 11. The first is a statement issued on the day at 9:19 p.m. by your office where you are reported to have said police at Lonman Mines in Marikana in the northwest did their best in a volatile situation. And it said, what should police do in these situations where
Sorry,
clearly...
Chair, what tab is that? Tab what?
I think it's the business report.
This is the business report article, police did their best, Mthethwa. So this is a statement issued by your office through your official spokesman, Zweli Mnisi, saying police at Lonman's mine did their best.
And then I take it while we're about it, quadruple C11 is
Yes,
the extract from Hansard.
Correct, Chair. So then in Hansard, which as you know records your parliamentary speeches on the 21st of August, it's page 4 of the document that we've marked. You said in Parliament, the South African Police Service is saddened by the events that unfolded on that fateful day. The police did all in their power to avert such a situation. Now, Minister, at the time that you made both of those statements, first of all, you didn't leave open the possibility that the police did anything wrong, did you?
No.
And secondly, you didn't yet have sufficient factual basis to say that all SAPS officers on the day did their best and tried to avoid, did all in their powers to avert the situation. You didn't yet know that that was true.
Yes, but the statement mainly was talking about the week, throughout the week until the 16th.
Then, Minister, in the statement issued that night, you also are reported to have said, what should police do in such situations where clearly they're faced with armed and hardcore criminals who murder police? At the time that that statement was released in your name, you didn't know that the 34 protesters who'd been killed were either armed or were hardcore criminals or had murdered any police, did you? You didn't yet know that the 34 protesters who died that day were either armed, you didn't know that all of them were armed, you didn't know that all of them were hardcore criminals, and you didn't know that all of them had murdered police, did you?
As I said, the statement on that day was not talking about the day itself, was talking about the week and the experience of the week preceding the day of the 16th.
Minister, lastly, because I'm conscious of time, the statement you made to Parliament also said the events of Thursday were not a sudden eruption, but a culmination of events that were building over months and months. What was the basis for you making that statement? Why did you tell Parliament that the events of Thursday, 16 August, were not a sudden eruption, but they were a culmination of events that had been building over months and months.
You would recall that the strike action in August was not the first of its kind. The display of violence during strike was not the first of its kind in that belt, that platinum belt. And therefore, the statement was based on that kind of information and that factual situation which has been happening since the beginning of the year.
Minister, I know I would love to have more questions, but my time is up. Thank you, Minister. My learned friend, Ms. Barnes, will continue her cross-examination.
Thank you.
Barnes?
Thanks, Chair. I seem to now only have 15 minutes. I'm not sure that I'll be able to finish, but I'll do my best.
Do your best, yes. The guillotine will come down, I'm afraid.
I think that we now all have the correct version of FFF2. Now, Minister, this is a statement deposed to by the National Commissioner. It's commissioned. It's dated the 7th of March 2013. And I'd like you to look at page 7 of the statement. Have you got that?
Yes.
Now, you'll see, first of all...
This is FFF2, eh?
It's FFF2, that's right.
Yes.
You'll see that, first of all, page 7 doesn't follow on from page 6, and it also doesn't follow into page 8. The paragraphs don't follow sequentially. Can you quickly check and confirm that that's the case?
For page 7,
you see on page 6, the last two lines are repeated at the top of page 7. So that's why she says the one doesn't follow on from page 6. And then at the foot of the page, you'll see that it's paragraph 25, which ends the foot of the page, and page 8, that is obviously starts with something which is from paragraph 26, but not the beginning of it. That's the point he's making.
Okay.
See that? Yes. Then the other thing you'll see, Minister, is that page 7 there's only one initial on page 7, whereas all the other pages have got two initials. And I can tell you that the initial that you see is the initial of the Commissioner of Oaths. So the National Commissioner's initial does not appear on page 7. You see that?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention to paragraph 23 on that page, which says the following on page 7. On the afternoon of August the 16th, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed me of the decision to implement a dispersal operation of the plan. Full stop. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to have to take you through another document before I get to the point. If you could now go to Exhibit FFF3. This is now a further statement by the National Commissioner, also commissioned, dated the 12th of March 2013. So it comes after FFF2 that we've just looked at. If you go to page 7 of this statement, you will see, firstly, that page 7 is a fit. It follows on from page 6 and into page 8. You see that?
Yes.
And then you'll also see that page 7 bears the initials of both the Commissioner of Oaths and the National Commissioner, as well as all the other pages.
Yes.
And then if we look at paragraph 23 of that statement, it says the following. On the afternoon of August the 16th, 2012, I received a call from Lieutenant General Mbombo, who informed me of the decision to implement stage 3 of the plan, which information I relayed to the Minister. So you see that sentence is in paragraph 23 of this statement, but not the previous statement, or the very last portion of that sentence, correct?
Yes.
Now, I need to explain to you what the National Commissioner said about this in the Commission. She said that the first FFF2 came first, right, and then FFF3 came after that. But despite the fact that the page 7 in FFF3 is a fit, the National Commissioner said to the Commission that it was in fact wrong, and that the correct page was in fact the page 7 in FFF2. In other words, the misfit page was correct. That was her evidence. Do you follow me?
Yes.
Okay. So what that amounted to was that she said that the portion of paragraph 23 in which she said that she had relayed the information to you was wrong. That was her evidence. Do you follow?
Yes.
Now, the question, Minister, is how that piece of information or that statement, which information I relayed to the Minister, came to be in her statement, in one of her statements. You follow?
How? What?
Well, a question that arises is how that the last portion of that sentence, which says that she relayed information to yourself.
Yes.
The question arises, how did that come to be in one of her statements? And the chairperson asked the National Commissioner some questions about that. And I'd like us to go to that portion of the evidence. It's day 105, and it's page 11319.
What tab? Oh.
It's a portion of the transcript, so it'll be on the screen. So it starts at 11319. And if we could start at line 11, where the chairperson says, yes, yes, I understand that. Okay, so it's a fairly lengthy passage, but we need to go through it. So the chairperson is now asking the National Commissioner about this precisely, about how that portion of the paragraph came to be in her statement. And the chairperson says, yes, yes, I understand that. But then who added the information, the first bit of misinformation, namely that you relayed the information that you received about the implementation of the dispersal and disarmament plan? Who was responsible for inserting that bit of misinformation into the draft? You've explained how the documents evolved. Now, if you put it in, that's fine. I think that should be the answer to the question. You inserted it. If you inserted it, but I understood the evidence to be you didn't. It wasn't correct. So somebody else did it. Now, what I want to know is, who is that person? Do you know? General Pierre then says, I have two people who assisted me in that regard, Brigadier Sitole in my office and Major General Zuma, who's been assisting me in this process of the hearing. Chairperson then says, so would that be fair? One of them must have been responsible for inserting those words, which information I relayed to the Minister, in paragraph 23 of the draft at some stage of its evolution to finality. Would that be fair? General Pierre says, I beg your pardon. The Chair says, I say one of those two people, the Brigadier, or I think you said the Major General, one of those two must have been the person who inserted those words, which information I relayed to the Minister, in the draft, in paragraph 23 of your statement on its route to finality. Is that correct? General Pierre then says, that is inserted by me. I told me the way you've captured it, you haven't captured it correctly. But then she says, which information I relayed to the Minister, that is me saying that. And the Chair then asks, oh, you said that? And General Pierre says, yes. So do you see, Minister, that the National Commissioner's evidence here is that she was the one who said those words. She was the one who inserted those words into her statement, which can only mean that the National Commissioner did in fact relay the information to you about what the police were going to do on the 16th of August. Isn't that what happened?
No.
Well, Minister, we will argue at the end of the commission that is in fact what happened. And I need to put this to you so that you can comment on it. Our basis for arguing this will be threefold. We will rely, first of all, on the National Commissioner's concession that I've just pointed out to you, that those were her words and she inserted them into her statement. We'll also rely on the fact that those are the words, the only word, or those are the words in the only version of page 7 that is a fit in the National Commissioner's statement. And then thirdly, we will argue that this also accords with the minute of the JOCCA meeting of the 16th of August 2012, which records that the National Commissioner told the Provincial Commissioner that that is what she was going to do. In other words, the National Commissioner told the Provincial Commissioner that she was going to report to you that they were about to embark on stage 3. I know it's a long question. Would you like to comment?
Let me say this. Firstly, if it had happened that the National Commissioner called me, I don't see anything wrong there if she did that. But the reality is that there are records and, would be able to clarify that matter, but there wasn't such a communication which was done either from the point of view of the JOCCA meeting, as we are quoting, or from this day. The records are clear when we were communicating with the National Commissioner, everything. So I would say that we will await that argument you are raising.
But you maintain that you were never told by the National Commissioner on the 16th of August that they were going to go to stage 3 of the plan, which was essentially that they were going to go to the tactical phase of the plan and confront the strikers. You maintain that you were never told that by the National Commissioner?
Yes.
What we will also argue, Minister, is that it seems to us that the only inference that can be drawn from the various different versions that the National Commissioner's statements went through is that pressure was brought to bear on her and that she was eventually prevailed upon to adopt the misfit page essentially as part of her statement. Let me just flesh that out for you a little bit. We've gone earlier to the misfit page 7. You see that it doesn't fit into the statement, and you see that it's not initialed by the National Commissioner. So it appears that that statement was slipped in by somebody. You would accept that that's how it appears?
I don't know what happened, but as I emphasized to you the point earlier on, there was no communication between the National Commissioner and I around the time you are talking about. I noticed that the pages are not following each other consistently. I noticed that and I confirmed that to you.
Mm-hmm. And then we see that the situation is put right, because we see that the misfit page 7 that has been slipped in by somebody is removed, and the statement F3 reverts back to the original page 7, which is a fit. So matters are at some stage put right. You accept that?
Well, I see that there is anomaly with with how both the documents are not speaking to each other, and I can confirm that.
But we see that then, despite that, despite the matter of page 7 having been put right in F3, the National Commissioner then says in her evidence that page 7 is wrong. In other words, the fit page 7 is wrong and the misfit page 7 is right. Now, we will argue that the only inference that can be drawn is that the National Commissioner was eventually prevailed upon to adopt the misfit page 7 as part of her statement because it removes the reference to yourself. Would you like to comment?
Well, that's your view, and as far as I'm concerned, it's a wrong view.
If I can then just deal briefly with some of the telephone calls that were made on during the week in question. I'm going to refer to quadruple 1.8, but I don't want us to go through it in any detail because we don't have the time. Perhaps you can have it in front of you just in case you need to refer to it. So what we see, we know that on Sunday there were the calls from Mr. Ramaphosa, and I think you responded to Mr. Zakwana after he left a message for you, and you then called the Provincial Commissioner. That happened on Sunday, the 12th of August, correct?
Yes.
And then from then on, we see that from the Sunday until the massacre on the 16th, we see that it is you calling the Provincial Commissioner and the National Commissioner for Progress reports rather than them who are providing you with information. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, if we go through the entire document, that's quadruple C 1.8, there are only 2 calls of more than 4 seconds which come from either the Provincial Commissioner or the National Commissioner, and which do not appear to be a response to a message from you, to either a voice message or a text from you. The first one is on the 14th of August at 18:41. That is from General Pierre. And then the second one is on the 16th of August at 7:08 in the morning. That's a voicemail to you left for you by General Pierre. You see that? It's a 30-second voicemail.
What time is
And this is the one that we're particularly interested in. It's on the 16th of August. It's at 7:08 in the morning. It's a 30-second voicemail left for you by General Pierre. Are you with me?
Remind me, what does CF stand for?
Call forwarding, Commissioner, it's a voicemail message.
What, in other words, General Fiega, National Commission.
So that's a voicemail that General Pierre would have left on the Minister's voicemail.
Now, what I'd like to point out about this, Minister, is that first of all, this particular message appears to have been unsolicited in the sense that it doesn't appear to be a response to either a message or a text from yourself. Is that correct?
I'm not sure whether I'm with you. Okay, we are on the 14th.
No.
On the
No, you
16th.
can leave the 14th. We're on the
Yeah, on the
16th
16th.
in the morning.
Where is your time here?
It's the first entry for the 16th of August. So it says CF,
Yes.
which is call forwarding. The
Yes.
16th of August, 7:08. There's a 30-second voicemail message left on your phone by General Pierre.
Right.
So we say, Minister, that does not appear to have been a response to a message left by you. And we also make the point that appears to be the first communication with you after the operational members of the National Police Management Forum meeting had met the night before and taken the decision that essentially the tactical operation would be embarked upon the next day if the strikers did not disperse.
The real question is, can you remember whether you received that voicemail early in the morning on Thursday, the 16th, just after 7 o'clock? And if so, what did she say?
No, I don't remember receiving that voice message.
Well, a message was left, Minister. Isn't it correct that General Pierre advised you in her message that morning of the decision that had been taken on Wednesday night by the National Management Forum meeting that essentially the police were going to go in and embark on a tactical operation the next day? Isn't that what that message said?
Well, as I said...
Well, that day, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, as I said, I would remember if there's something of that sort which happened on that day relating to what was going to be happening. And I said earlier on that there would be no reason for me not to accept that if it's done, because I don't think that there would be anything there. If she told me that, look, materially for me, I don't see any substance. If she told me that the police are moving now to disperse or to disarm people, whichever way, I don't think that would have been a problem.
But you can't remember what the message was about?
No.
Thank you, Chair. Those are our questions.
Is it still position there's no re-examination? No re-examination?
Chairperson, there will be no re-examination from us. Thank you.
Time when we adjourn, but I was going to ask you a question. I'd be grateful if you listen carefully to the question, if you're prepared to send us a written answer.
Yes.
It's a very short question, but the written answer may be longer. What comments do you have to make on the findings and recommendations regarding the police service made by the National Planning Commission in the National Development Plan report? I read it again. What comments have you to make on the findings and recommendations regarding the South African Police Service made by the National Planning Commission in the National Development Plan report? I had hoped to ask you, but obviously there isn't time for it now. But if you don't mind giving us the answer to that, I'd be grateful.
You mean,
Thank
you mean now?
No, well, when you have an opportunity, there isn't time to give us the answer now. That's why I suggest you give it to us in writing. Because I would suspect, and then forward it to us, I would suspect that you can send it to us via the SAPS legal representatives.
Yeah.
I'm sure your successor will permit you to do that.
Yes.
And thank you for your evidence. Okay. Sorry we took up the full 2 days, but there was a danger we might have taken even longer. But thank you for coming, and thank you for testifying for us.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson. On a completely unrelated matter, Chairperson, I wanted just to give an indication or notice that I've received instructions which I'm going to discuss with my learned friend, Mr. Semenya, during the break tomorrow. But anticipating if those discussions don't succeed, then I've received instructions to bring an oral application on Thursday morning for Mr. X to be brought to testify in the auditorium.
Well, if Mr. Semenya agrees to that, you won't have to bring the application, and if he doesn't, you'll have to argue it.
Sorry,
but I'm not sure the oral application necessarily is a smart idea, because I'm not sure what facts you'll be relying on. But anyway, it's not for me to advise you how to run your case. Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, Chairperson, I wanted to make a similar point. We are really pressed for time. If an application needs to be made, it needs to be made on paper, and I would submit it needs to be disposed of by yourself, Chairperson, outside of ordinary sitting hours. We are on a program at the moment where we are having to curtail cross-examination, we are having to curtail witnesses who come to this commission in an attempt to finish by September. We can't spend hearing time, which has to take place in the presence of all three commissioners for applications.
Yes, no, I must say I agree with that. Mr. Mpofu, what occurs to me immediately is that Mr. X is going to be at the secret venue on Thursday morning.
Yes.
You're going to carry on with his evidence on Thursday morning.
I accept that.
Mr. Budlander is going to finish his cross-examination, and then there'll be further cross-examination. So clearly, he's not going to be here on Thursday. I think Mr. Shaskerson is right. This is an application that's made outside ordinary hours, because it's to me alone. So I will obviously, you'll give me as much as you can on paper. If necessary, you can come and address me in chambers or something of that kind. Obviously, I'll give it a careful consideration, and if you persuade me that you're right, then
yes, Chairperson.
Vice versa if you don't.
Chairperson, I accept that in terms of these truncated proceedings. I just want to say that it's important that the application be entertained, because the so-called hearing time that Mr. Shaskerson is talking about is exactly the hearing time that my clients are concerned with, insofar as Mr. X is concerned. So the more so-called hearing time that continues with him in the secret venue, when they feel that the time has come for him to come here, the more prejudice they potentially suffer. Yeah.
Are we going to sit until 2 o'clock on Friday? Can you manage that 5 to 4 play? This particular Friday is okay. All right, and the other thing I want to do is I want us to sit until 2 o'clock on Friday. We'll obviously have to take some sort of short break because it'll be a long. We can't normally sit for more than an hour and a half without being unfair to the witness and to us who wish to concentrate. The rest of you can go to sleep. But so on Friday we will sit until 2, but we will obviously arrange for some extra break at some point to make it bearable.
Thank you, Chairperson.
And now till 9 o'clock on Thursday morning. You're excused, Minister, on the basis if you have to come back, we don't have to subpoena you.